Chapter 1002. But if Xia Haoxuan was seeking death by entering the Imperial Beast Valley, and if Xia Haoxuan was trash, then what were they? They were worse than trash. The two disciples couldn't help but sweat for the two guards. If the two guards knew of Xia Haoxuan's strength, they wouldn't dare to say such words. The two disciples were too lazy to talk nonsense with the guards and left awkwardly. Why do I feel that the two senior brothers are acting weird today? I have the same feeling. I guess they were scared by the rank 9 pre-celestial beast. Seeing the two disciples leave, the two disciples on guard were confused as they discussed among themselves. Just as Xia Haoxuan was walking, a rank 7 pre-celestial beast blocked his path. Beast, you're looking for death. Don't blame me. Xia Haoxuan looked at the beast in front of him and waved his hand. Six-clawed silver wolf, go. The six-clawed silver wolf appeared out of thin air. With a roar, it shot towards the beast like lightning. Roar! The beast saw the six-clawed silver wolf suddenly appear and let out an uneasy roar. Then, it viciously attacked the six-clawed silver wolf. The six-clawed silver wolf looked at the beast in front of it with disdain. His entire body charged towards the demonic beast. Bang! The beast was sent flying. The six-clawed silver wolf chased after it and bit the beast's neck. The beast didn't even have the chance to react before it was dead. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a rank 7 pre-celestial beast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 7,000 experience points. Ding dong, experience points are full. Do you want to level up? No. Xia Haoxuan immediately refused. If he agreed to level up, he would break through to post-celestial level 1. But then, even if he entered the innate holy pond, it would be useless. So, he had to wait until he entered the innate holy pond before choosing to level up. Ding dong, level up failed. Experience points have been saved. Let's go, six-clawed. Xia Haoxuan put away the beast's corpse and jumped onto the six-clawed silver wolf's back. One had to know that the corpses of demonic beasts were all treasures. Naturally, he couldn't let them go to waste. When the six-clawed silver wolf saw Xia Haoxuan jump onto its back, it immediately showed an obedient expression. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 7th level pre-celestial magical beast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 7,000 experience points. Ding dong, your experience bar is full. Do you wish to level up? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 7th level pre-celestial magical beast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 7,000 experience points. Ding dong, your experience bar is full. Do you wish to level up? Xia Haoxuan rode on the back of the six-clawed silver wolf to search. Along the way, he hunted down several 7th level Hutian magical beasts. Xia Haoxuan was not in a hurry to enter the depths of the Beast Valley. After all, there were still more than 20 days before the innate sacred pond competition. Therefore, he might as well gain a bit more experience. Although the cores of these 7th level pre-celestial magical beasts were useless to him, the experience points couldn't be wasted. Therefore, as long as Xia Haoxuan saw a magical beast, he would directly hunt it down. Scarlet cloudbird, bronze panther, purple-eyed lion. Xia Haoxuan simply summoned a few 9th level pre-celestial bean beasts. The hunting feast has begun. All of you, go hunt the magical beasts for me. Xia Haoxuan ordered the bean beasts. Immediately, the bean beasts heard Xia Haoxuan's order and immediately rushed in all directions. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 7th level pre-celestial magical beast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 7,000 experience points. Ding dong, your experience bar is full. Do you wish to level up? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 7th level pre-celestial magical beast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 7,000 experience points. Ding dong, your experience bar is full. Do you wish to level up? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 7th level pre-celestial magical beast. Congratulations to the host for gaining 7,000 experience points. Ding dong, your experience bar is full. Do you wish to level up? After a while, The system notification sound in Xia Haoshuan's mind hit him like a tidal wave. Haha, leveling up like this is still the best. Hearing the system notification sound in his mind, Xia Haoshuan couldn't help but laugh. He could gain a pile of experience points without moving. At this moment, the bean beasts were like a weapon for leveling up to him. Hualala tilde Xia Haoshuan continued to walk forward. Suddenly, he heard the rustling of leaves. Xia Haoshuan immediately looked over. With just a glance, Xia Haoshuan felt his scalp tingle. He saw that not far in front of him was a snake valley. Hundreds and thousands of small silver snakes were either lying on the stone walls, hanging on the branches, or lying on the ground. On the ground of the snake valley, there were a few giant magical beasts that were being eaten by the small silver snakes. One must know that the magical beasts in this beast valley were at least 7th level pre-celestial and above. And this group of small silver snakes was able to kill these magical beasts. One could imagine how terrifying the strength of the small silver snakes was. Most importantly, the number of these small snakes was indeed slightly terrifying. But in the next second, Xia Haoshuan's eyes lit up. If he could kill these small snakes, how much experience would he gain? But although they were small snakes, each one was as thick as an adult's arm and 2 to 3 meters long. Looks like I have to call back all the bean beasts first. Xia Haoshuan glanced at the 6-clawed silver wolf beside him. Obviously, dealing with so many small snakes, one 6-clawed silver wolf was definitely not enough. Xia Haoshuan immediately used his consciousness to call back all the bean beast. Hiss 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 tilde suddenly, Xia Haoshuan heard a hissing sound. He immediately looked back and found that it was actually 2 small silver snakes. And the place where he was standing should be the entrance to the Snake Valley. These 2 small snakes should be the Regret Snake Valley, but he blocked their way. The 2 small silver snakes immediately hissed uneasily after seeing Xia Haoshuan. Swish tilde, the 2 small snakes suddenly sped up and shot towards Xia Haoshuan. Flame slash. Xia Haoshuan took out the red firmament bloodbone blade and directly slashed at the 2 small silver snakes. In an instant, the 2 small silver snakes separated their heads from their bodies. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 6th level pre-celestial magical beast, silver-tailed snake. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience points. Ding dong, experience points are full, level up. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 6th level pre-celestial magical beast, silver-tailed snake. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience points. Ding dong, experience points are full, level up. Instantly, the system prompt sounded in Xia Haoshuan's mind. Don't look at the realm of the silver-tailed snake, it was only a 6th level pre-celestial. But with this terrifying number, it was definitely the overlord of the Beast Valley. Even a 9th level pre-celestial magical beast would not dare to provoke it. Usually, when the 7th generation of disciples entered the Beast Valley and saw the Snake Valley, they would all take a detour. It was also fortunate that the silver-tailed snake's realm was low. If the silver-tailed snake's realm was slightly higher, this Beast Valley would probably be their world. Hualala. Hiss 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 tilde. Chapter 1003. The little silver snakes in the Snake Valley all turned their heads in the direction of Xia Haoshuan as if they were facing a great enemy. It turned out that the 2 silver-tailed snakes that were killed by Xia Haoshuan were hissing in warning. And the smell of blood from the 2 silver-tailed snakes also attracted the attention of all the little snakes. Run! Xia Haoshuan jumped directly onto the back of the 6-clawed silver wolf and shouted at it. What a joke! If he and the 6-clawed silver wolf were surrounded by these silver-tailed snakes, they would probably be eaten until there was nothing left. The 6-clawed silver wolf also sensed the danger, so when it saw Xia Haoshuan jump onto its back, it immediately retreated and ran quickly. Hiss tilde, however, with so many silver-tailed snakes, how could they let Xia Haoshuan go? After all, Xia Haoshuan killed their companions and dared to invade their territory. In their eyes, this was absolutely unforgivable. Suddenly, all the silver-tailed snakes chased after Xia Haoshuan and the 6-clawed silver wolf like a tide. The speed of these silver-tailed snakes could be said to be very impressive. To be able to keep up with the 6-clawed silver wolf was very impressive. After all, The six-clawed silver wolf's strength was at Hutian 9th level. Six-clawed, whether the two of us can survive or not depends on you. Xia Haoshuan glanced behind him at the hundreds and thousands of silver-tailed snakes that were chasing after him and couldn't help but say to the six-clawed silver wolf. Hearing Xia Haoshuan's words, the six-clawed silver wolf spread its limbs and ran desperately. Because it also knew that it was no match for so many silver-tailed snakes. If there were only a dozen or so silver-tailed snakes, it could kill them in an instant. Even if there were 20 or 30 of them, it could easily deal with them. Even if there were 40 or 50 of them, it could deal with them with some effort. But there were hundreds and thousands of them. If it were to fight against this group of silver-tailed snakes alone, it would be courting death. Whoosh! Suddenly, a small silver-tailed snake rose into the air and attacked Xia Haoshuan's back. You're courting death. Xia Haoshuan naturally sensed the movement behind him and slashed with his crimson heaven bloodbone blade. Puci. The sharp scarlet heaven bloodbone saber instantly cut the small silver-tailed snake in half. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 6th level pre-celestial magical beast, silver-tailed little snake. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience points. Ding dong, your experience bar is full. Do you wish to level up? When a small silver-tailed snake was killed, blood spurted out, causing the other small silver-tailed snakes to become even more furious. Countless small silver-tailed snakes began to imitate the actions of the small silver-tailed snake at the beginning. They rose into the air and attacked Xia Haoshuan. Raging flame slash. Wind shadow step. Xia Haoshuan jumped off the six-clawed silver wolf and activated his martial arts technique to attack the silver-tailed snake. Roar. When the six-clawed silver wolf saw Xia Haoshuan attacking the silver-tailed snake, it also roared and attacked the silver-tailed snake. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 6th level pre-celestial magical beast, silver-tailed little snake. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience points. Ding dong, your experience bar is full. Do you wish to level up? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 6th level pre-celestial magical beast, silver-tailed little snake. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience points. Ding dong, your experience bar is full. Do you wish to level up? Ding dong, congratulations to the host for killing a 6th level pre-celestial magical beast, silver-tailed little snake. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience points. Ding dong, your experience bar is full. Do you wish to level up? Xia Haoshuan slashed out with his saber and 2 small silver-tailed snakes died. The 6-clawed silver wolf's claws were even sharper as it continuously slashed out. As long as the 6-clawed silver wolf hit a small silver-tailed snake, it would immediately turn into minced meat. Xia Haoshuan and the 6-clawed silver wolf joined forces. They did not dare to fight to the death with the silver-tailed snake. Instead, they fought and retreated. Because they absolutely could not fall into the silver-tailed snake's encirclement. Run. After killing for a while, Xia Haoshuan immediately put away his weapon and shouted at the 6-clawed silver wolf. Because the silver-tailed snake wanted to surround him and the 6-clawed silver wolf from all directions. Xia Haoshuan immediately repelled the silver-tailed snake in front of him and urged the wind shadow steps to start escaping. And the 6-clawed silver wolf also chased after him like the wind. Xia Haoshuan was a little anxious in his heart. Because there were only 3 minutes left in his invincibility transformation. And the purple-eyed lion, scarlet cloudbird and bronze leopard had not arrived yet. But the silver-tailed snake was chasing after him relentlessly. If he waited for his invincibility transformation to end and jumped onto the 6-clawed silver wolf's back, it would definitely affect the 6-clawed silver wolf's speed. At that time, he would be in danger. Just like when he was on the 6-clawed silver wolf's back, he could still kill the silver-tailed snake. But if his invincibility transformation ended, it would be almost impossible for him to kill the silver-tailed snake on the 6-clawed silver wolf's back. If there is a sacrifice, there is a gain. Stop them for me. Xia Haoshuan made up his mind and summoned all the bean beasts and bean soldiers he had obtained previously. He was not an indecisive person. Sometimes, he would not hesitate to sacrifice things that needed to be sacrificed. Although the bean beasts and bean soldiers were weak, they had no problem stopping the silver-tailed snakes for a while. After the bean soldiers and bean beasts appeared, they immediately attacked the silver-tailed snakes. But with their strength, they were no match for the silver-tailed snakes. In a breath, they were killed by the silver-tailed snakes. Ding dong. Attention host, bean beasts have died. Ding dong. Attention host, bean beasts have died. Ding dong. Attention host, bean soldiers have died. Don't worry, I will avenge you. Xia Haoshuan and the six-clawed silver wolf continued to run. When he heard the notification in his mind, he could not help but clench his fists. And these bean beasts and bean soldiers also played their part. In an instant, they stopped many of the silver-tailed snakes. Many of the silver-tailed snakes stopped chasing Xia Haoshuan. They stayed where they were and began to devour the bean beasts and bean soldiers' corpses. Roar! A huge figure charged towards Xia Haoshuan with a gust of wind. It's finally here. Xia Haoshuan looked at the purple-eyed lion that was charging towards him. Screech! At the same time, the cries of the red cloud bird could be heard from the sky. Roar! From the other direction, the roar of the bronze panther could be heard. Seeing the return of the three demonic beasts, Xia Haoshuan stopped running. You still dare to chase me? Then I'll turn you into experience. Xia Haoshuan looked at the hundreds of silver-tailed snakes behind him and his eyes turned cold. Hiss! The silver-tailed snakes had also sensed the powerful auras of the three demonic beasts. So, the silver-tailed snakes stopped where they were and hissed anxiously. Kill! Following Xia Haoshuan's order, the 4 level 9 demonic beasts, including the six-clawed silver wolf, immediately charged towards the silver-tailed snakes. The 4 demonic beasts destroyed the silver-tailed snakes with an unstoppable force. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 6 demonic beast silver-tailed snakes. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience points. Ding dong! Experience points are full. Do you wish to level up? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 6 demonic beast silver-tailed snakes. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience points. Ding dong! Experience points are full. Do you wish to level up? Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 6 demonic beast silver-tailed snakes. Congratulations to the host for gaining 6,000 experience points. Ding dong! Experience points are full. Do you wish to level up? Chapter 1004. The next morning, in the main hall of Qianyuan Imperial Palace, a eunuch shouted after 9 lashes of the dragon whip. At this moment, hundreds of officials were standing in the magnificent main hall. Outside the main hall were the envoys of the various forces. His Majesty has arrived. Yi Hao walked out as the eunuch shouted. He was wearing a purple crown with a 5-clawed golden dragon on his head and a yellow dragon robe embroidered with 2 5-clawed golden dragons. He was riding on the clouds, competing with the sun and the moon. His long eyebrows were slightly raised and his black jade-like eyes were shining with a sense of disdain. The sunlight from outside the main hall shone directly into the main hall and shone on Yi Hao's face. He was like a god who had descended to the mortal world with supreme majesty. His dragon robe exuded a noble aura. His entire person exuded the aura of a king that could shake the world. Greetings, Your Majesty. May the Emperor live for 10,000 years. When the civil and military officials saw Yi Hao, they immediately knelt down and saluted him. Everyone, please rise. Yi Hao had an unrestrained smile on his face. However, no one dared to let Yi Hao down. This was because the officials present were all selected by Yi Hao personally after discussion with Emperor Qianyuan. Originally, the officials of Qianyuan Kingdom were divided into 2 camps. One side was with the eldest princess while the other side was with the second princess. As for the officials who were loyal to Emperor Qianyuan, there were very few of them. However, these few officials were basically all killed by the 2 princesses. Therefore, they had no choice but to make an exception and promote some officials. Of course, these officials were mostly civil officials. After all, the generals of Qianyuan Kingdom were not worth mentioning. To be able to stand in the main hall, they had to have some tricks up their sleeves. Therefore, at this moment, Those standing in the main hall were basically his people. Thus, this caused the civil officials to submit to Yi Hao even more. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hearing Yi Hao asking them to rise, the officials stood up and waited for Yi Hao's orders. "I heard that the envoys of the various forces are waiting outside. Let them in." Yi Hao was a little lazy as he sat on the dragon throne. In his opinion, as long as he was comfortable, he did not need to care about so many useless rules. "Summon the envoys of the various countries." The eunuch heard Yi Hao's words and immediately shouted, "The envoys of Luyun country, the envoys of Yensang country, the envoys of Kanglan country." Every time an envoy came in, the eunuch would announce it. Yi Hao could not help but laugh coldly as he watched the various envoys of the various nations walk into the hall with arrogant expressions and look directly at him. It seemed that these countries did not take him seriously. Otherwise, they would not dare to look him. Seeing the arrogant looks of these envoys, the hundreds of officials in the main hall were naturally displeased. The officials could tell that although these envoys were nominally here to congratulate Yi Hao on his ascension, in reality, they just wanted to see Yi Hao make a fool of himself. This was because these envoys were all empty-handed. After all, which envoys did not bring any gifts when they went to other countries to congratulate the emperor on his ascension? And these envoys were exactly like that. There were a total of 5 envoys present. One must know that there were more than 10 countries that were on good terms with Qianyuan Kingdom. When Qianyuan Kingdom was strong, these countries had tried their best to curry favor with Qianyuan Kingdom. They even wanted to make offerings to Qianyuan Kingdom. But now, seeing Yi Hao ascending the throne, these countries did not even come. They were not looking down on Yi Hao. They were looking down on the entire Qianyuan Kingdom. Of course, this also showed that Qianyuan Kingdom was extremely weak. Moreover, these 5 envoys did not come for real. They came with the intention of congratulating Qianyuan Kingdom. "Why don't you all pay your respects to our emperor?" Seeing the 5 envoys standing arrogantly in the main hall, there was no reason for them to pay their respects to the emperor. One of the officials could not stand it any longer and questioned them directly. "Haha, we are paying our respects." Hearing this official's question, the 5 envoys looked at each other and burst out laughing. It was as if they had heard the biggest joke ever. This was because in their hearts, they looked down on Qianyuan Kingdom. They were already giving Yi Hao face by coming to Qianyuan Kingdom. So how could they be willing to pay their respects to the emperor? Moreover, in their hearts, they did not care to pay their respects to Yi Hao. "How dare you? Why are you laughing in the main hall?" Hearing the unrestrained laughter of the 5 envoys, the officials of Qianyuan Kingdom became even more displeased. Guan Yu and the others clenched their fists tightly, their faces full of anger. If it were not for the fact that they were in the main hall and could not act recklessly, they would definitely teach these 5 arrogant officials a lesson. "By the way, our emperor asked me to give Your Majesty a gift," the envoy of Luyun Kingdom suddenly said. "Oh, what is it?" Yi Hao narrowed his eyes and looked at the envoy of Luyun Kingdom with a faint smile. Yi Hao could already tell from the envoy's tone that this gift was definitely not something good. When the other envoys heard what the envoy of Luyun Kingdom said, they all looked as if they already knew what was going to happen. They were waiting to watch a good show. However, the officials of Qianyuan Kingdom calmed down a little when they heard what the envoy of Luyun Kingdom said. But when they saw what the envoy of Luyun Kingdom took out, they were instantly enraged. The envoy of Luyun Kingdom took out a dragon throne and placed it in the main hall. "How dare you? What is the meaning of this? How can you be so arrogant in the main hall? How dare you? This is too much. You don't take our Qianyuan Kingdom seriously at all. What is the meaning of this? Are you deliberately humiliating our Qianyuan Kingdom?" All the officials looked at the envoy of Luyun Kingdom angrily in an instant. After all, what did the dragon throne mean? It was the symbol of the throne. However, the Luyun Kingdom actually gave the emperor a dragon throne out of all the things they could give. How much did they look down on the Qianyuan Kingdom? If this news spread out that the dragon throne of Emperor Qianyuan was given by the Luyun Kingdom, it would be the biggest joke in the world. "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. My emperor heard that the Qianyuan Kingdom was in chaos, and he guessed that the dragon throne was taken away by your princess. Therefore, my emperor thought about it carefully and specially asked me to give you this dragon throne. This dragon throne was used by my emperor before," the envoy of Luyun Kingdom said with a cold smile. However, the words of the envoy of Luyun Kingdom made all the officials explode with anger. Who would have thought that the envoy of Luyun Kingdom would bring up the rebellion during Yi Hao's coronation ceremony? Wasn't he just looking for trouble with Yi Hao? Most importantly, not only did he give away the dragon throne, he even gave away a second-hand item. Chapter 1005. The emissary of the Luyun Kingdom sneered when he saw how angry the officials were. The other emissaries did the same. They were happy to see the Qianyuan Kingdom become a laughingstock. The 5 emissaries sneered at Yi Hao. They wanted to see how Yi Hao would resolve this matter. "Then I'll accept the throne," Yi Hao said directly. "Your Majesty, you can't do that. Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, take back your order." Hearing Yi Hao's words, the officials immediately panicked and one of them quickly spoke. They were afraid that if Yi Hao accepted the throne, the Qianyuan Kingdom would become a laughingstock. The emissary of the Luyun Kingdom laughed when he heard Yi Hao's words. The other emissaries sneered disdainfully as well. They had thought that the new emperor of the Qianyuan Kingdom would be someone extraordinary. But now it seemed that he was just SOSO. He was humiliated by the Luyun Kingdom and did not react at all. In their hearts, they looked down on Yi Hao even more. But Yi Hao's next words made the 5 of them change their expressions. After all, the Luyun Kingdom's emperor is filial. How can I not accept his gift? It just so happens that the latrine is lacking a chair. "Men, bring this broken chair to the latrine," Yi Hao said with a smile. "What? Filial? Doesn't this mean that the Luyun Kingdom's emperor is our emperor's son? To actually put the dragon throne in the latrine, probably only His Majesty would do something like that." "Haha, Your Majesty is indeed amazing." The officials were stunned when they heard Yi Hao's words. Then, they laughed and started discussing. The emissary of the Luyun Kingdom looked livid. After all, Yi Hao had gotten back all the humiliation he had brought to the Qianyuan Kingdom. "How dare you insult our emperor?" The emissary of the Luyun Kingdom pointed at Yi Hao and scolded angrily. It was obvious that the emissary of the Luyun Kingdom was so unscrupulous and arrogant. He did not take Yi Hao seriously at all. After all, this was the imperial court. How dare they point fingers at Yi Hao, and Yi Hao was indeed the emperor of Qianyuan Kingdom. Seeing the actions of the envoy of the flowing cloud country, all the ministers were enraged once again. This was a blatant provocation, a blatant disregard for Yi Hao. Yi Hao was the emperor. How could he allow an emissary to reprimand him in front of everyone? The 4 envoys stood at the side and did not say anything. They looked as if they were enjoying the show. Seeing the envoy of the flowing cloud country pointing at him, Yi Hao's face turned cold. He knew that it was time for him to show off his might. Looks like the drifting cloud nation's emperor didn't teach his dog well. It dares to bark wherever it goes. Yi Hao said to the drifting cloud nation's envoy. "How dare you scold me?" Hearing Yi Hao's words, the envoy became even more furious. "Bastard, he still doesn't know what's good for him. Someone come and gouge his eyes out," Yi Hao said. "What? You dare to gouge my eyes out? Aren't you afraid that the drifting cloud country will take revenge and destroy your Qianyuan Kingdom?" The envoy of the drifting cloud country could not believe his ears. He could not believe that Yi Hao had the guts to attack him. "Oh right, and that hand," Yi Hao said when he saw the envoy of the drifting cloud country reaching out his hand. Hearing Yi Hao's words, 2 guards immediately walked out and were about to pounce on the envoy of the drifting cloud country. Seeing this, the 4 envoys were shocked. They did not believe Yi Hao's words. After all, if Yi Hao crippled the envoy of the drifting cloud country, it would be tantamount to going against the drifting cloud country. They did not believe that Yi Hao had the ability to go against the drifting cloud country. "Let's see who dares to touch me. If I lose even a single strand of hair, the flowing cloud kingdom's army will sweep through your Qianyuan Kingdom," the envoy of the flowing cloud kingdom said arrogantly as he looked at the guards who were walking towards him. In the envoy of the drifting cloud country, Yi Hao could not touch him as long as the drifting cloud country was there. The reason why Yi Hao said so was probably just putting on an act. However, the two guards did not care so much. They would only listen to Yi Hao's orders. Seeing the two guards so close to him, the envoy of the drifting cloud country was furious and was about to attack. "Get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The envoy of the drifting cloud country was not weak. He was actually a fifth-order demon emperor. This was the reason why he had been so fearless all this time. At this moment, the envoy of the drifting cloud country released a powerful pressure on the two guards. The two guards were only demon venerables. How could they be a match for the envoy of the drifting cloud country? Under the powerful pressure, they almost knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the envoy of the drifting cloud country sneered. He looked at Yi Hao provocatively as if he was mocking Yi Hao. "You want to touch me? You are too inexperienced. Presumptuous, how dare you resist?" At this moment, Guan Yu could not bear it anymore. He roared and attacked the envoy of the drifting cloud country with his aura. Bang! Suddenly, the two people's aura collided. The envoy of the drifting cloud country was weak in front of Guan Yu. Guan Yu immediately sealed the cultivation of the emissary of the drifting cloud kingdom. At this moment, the envoy of the drifting cloud country panicked. At this time, the two guards, without the pressure, dragged the envoy of the drifting cloud country and walked out of the main hall. "You really dare to touch me, the drifting cloud country." The envoy of the drifting cloud country was still unwilling to believe that Yi Hao dared to touch him. "Don't dare to touch you. Even if you are the emperor of the drifting cloud country, I am not afraid at all." Hearing the envoy of the drifting cloud country's roar, Yi Hao said directly. Yi Hao's words were incomparably domineering. This instantly made the envoy of the drifting cloud country wilt. "Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor!" Hearing Yi Hao's domineering words, the officials were shocked. One by one, they knelt on the ground and shouted excitedly. After all, many of the officials had not straightened their backs like this for a long time. When they saw the arrogant look of the envoy of the drifting cloud country, they were naturally furious. Now that they heard Yi Hao's order, they naturally wanted to vent their anger. "Ah! My eyes! Ah! My hand, it hurts so much. Dog Emperor, our emperor will definitely not let you off. Your Tianyuan kingdom is going to be destroyed." At this moment, outside the main hall, the envoy of the drifting cloud country's wailing could be heard. Hearing the envoy of the drifting cloud country's wailing, the remaining 4 envoys looked at each other in dismay. They were all trembling with fear and could not stand still. Hearing the envoy of the drifting cloud country's curse, Yi Hao spoke again. "Pull out your tongue too." Hiss! Hearing Yi Hao's words, the remaining 4 envoys immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Yi Hao to be so vicious. This was clearly different from what they had imagined. Chapter 1006. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the hearts of the remaining 4 envoys shuddered. Obviously, they were frightened by Yi Hao's treatment of the Liuyun country's envoy. All of them were no longer as arrogant as before. Cold sweat had even formed on their foreheads. "Don't tell me you came empty-handed to congratulate me on my ascension?" Yi Hao raised his eyebrows and asked with a faint smile. Although they were all smiling when they saw Yi Hao, the 4 emissaries didn't dare to be careless. "Your Majesty, the Liuyun country's envoy has been dealt with. A guard came to report." "Bring him here," Yi Hao said. Following Yi Hao's order, the Liuyun country's envoy, who had lost his right hand, was covered in blood. At this moment, there were bloodstains all over his body. His eyes were empty, and blood was flowing out of his mouth continuously. He looked like a demon that had crawled out of hell. He was in a miserable state. Fortunately, the Liuyun country's envoy was a demon emperor. Even though his cultivation was sealed, his body was still strong. If he were an ordinary person, he would have fainted if not died. How could he still be standing here after losing half his life? Seeing the Liuyun country's envoy in such a miserable state, the 4 envoys shuddered. Their hearts were filled with fear. After all, they had been joking with the Liuyun country's envoy outside the main hall. talking about how they would humiliate Yi Hao and how they would exploit and humiliate the Qianyuan kingdom. However, at this moment, Yi Hao had not humiliated the Liuyun country's envoy. Instead, the Liuyun country's envoy had been reduced to such a state. They were also very worried that Yi Hao would attack them. After all, Yi Hao did not even care about the Liuyun country's envoy. They were not much stronger than the Liuyun country's envoy. By the way, I remember that you did not send any tributes. Why didn't you bow to me? What is the meaning of this? Yi Hao glanced at the 4 envoys whose faces were filled with fear and worry as he continued to speak. Since these people did not have good intentions and came here to humiliate him, Yi Hao would not be polite. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the 4 messengers' hearts instantly sank to the bottom. After all, Yi Hao wasn't as weak as they thought. They didn't dare to continue speaking arrogantly to Yi Hao like before. After all, with the Flowing Cloud Nation's envoy as an example, how could they dare to be arrogant? I am the envoy of the Yensang Kingdom. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. At the same time, I congratulate Your Majesty on becoming the new ruler of the Qianyuan Kingdom. In the future, you will definitely lead the Qianyuan Kingdom to glory. The envoy of the Yensang Kingdom was the first to bow. This subject is the envoy of the Kanglan Kingdom. On the orders of my emperor, I have come to congratulate Your Majesty on your ascension to the throne. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. Your subject is. At this moment, the 4 envoys did not dare to hesitate any longer. They all bowed respectfully. At this moment, the attitude of the 4 envoys toward Yi Hao was simply extremely respectful. Compared to his arrogant attitude at the beginning, he was like a completely different person. Seeing the humble attitude of the 4 envoys, the officials felt as if they had vented their anger in their hearts. Yi Hao didn't look at the 4 emissaries, which made them even more uneasy. Yi Hao said to the guards, "Throw the Flowing Cloud Nation's envoy out of the Qianyuan royal city." What? Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone was shocked. After all, Yi Hao had crippled the Flowing Cloud Nation's envoy, which would probably anger the Flowing Cloud Nation. Directly saying to throw the Flowing Cloud Nation's envoy out of the Qianyuan royal city in public was undoubtedly a declaration of war against the Flowing Cloud Nation's envoy. The 4 emissaries looked at each other at this moment. They realized that Yi Hao was becoming more and more different from what they had imagined. Because in their opinion, the Qianyuan kingdom was so weak, so the emperor would definitely be weak as well. In their opinion, their country was bigger than the Qianyuan kingdom, so Yi Hao would definitely respect them. However, they had never imagined that Yi Hao was actually such a fearless person. It was as if Yi Hao didn't care about them at all. After all, even the emperor of their country wouldn't dare to treat the Flowing Cloud Nation's envoy in this way. Unless there was a sea of blood between the 2 countries, he wouldn't lay his hands on the envoy. So in the beginning, they thought that Yi Hao wouldn't dare to do anything to them because of the country behind them. That was why they dared to be so presumptuous. Fortunately, they didn't say much, so Yi Hao didn't do anything to them. But the Flowing Cloud Nation's envoy, who was more active, had been reduced to such a state. It could be said that the Flowing Cloud Nation's envoy would be a cripple in the future. Under the gaze of the 4 emissaries, the Flowing Cloud Nation's envoy was dragged away by the guards while struggling. Emissaries of the major alchemy sects are here for an audience. At this moment, the eunuch continued to shout, "Let him in." Yi Hao sat on the dragon throne and said. Hearing the eunuch's words, the 4 emissaries were puzzled. Clearly, they didn't expect that the people from the alchemy sects would be here for Yi Hao's coronation. The 4 emissaries' expressions changed when they saw the heavy responsibility that had walked in. Because even if their country's emperor had ascended to the throne, there wouldn't be so many people from the alchemy sects present. Now that Yi Hao had ascended to the throne, there were actually so many people from the alchemy sects present. This was clearly beyond their expectations. But they still didn't know whether these alchemy sects were friends or foes of Yi Hao. If these people were Yi Hao's enemies, then it would definitely be an enormous piece of good news for them. But if these people from the alchemy sects were friends of Yi Hao, then it was simply too terrifying. So at this moment, the 4 emissaries were very curious. Were these people from the alchemy sects friends or foes of Yi Hao? Greetings, Your Majesty. May Your Majesty live for 10,000 years. After the group of people entered the main hall, they all bowed respectfully without saying a word. Yi Hao looked at Elder Hu was in front of the group of people. Clearly, these alchemists were very respectful towards him under Elder Hu's lead. This warmed Yi Hao's heart instantly, because with Elder Hu and the others' status, there was obviously no need for them to be so respectful. These alchemists were completely giving him face. When the 4 emissaries saw that so many alchemists were actually bowing to Yi Hao directly, their hearts skipped a beat. This gave them a very bad feeling. They didn't expect that Yi Hao was actually related to these alchemists. Otherwise, these alchemists wouldn't have bowed so respectfully to him. But they didn't understand how Yi Hao had managed to curry favor with these high and mighty alchemy sects. After all, no country could do without alchemy. So every country wanted to maintain good relations with the alchemy sects. Chapter 1007. What is the background of the new emperor of Qianyuan? Looking at the group of alchemists, the 4 emissaries couldn't help but think to themselves, Your Majesty, this is a gift on the orders of my sect master to congratulate Your Majesty on your ascension to the throne. Elder Hu suddenly waved his hand, and a pile of medicinal herbs and pills suddenly appeared in the main hall. The pills here are specially for the soldiers to heal their injuries. It's enough for 100,000 soldiers. Elder Hu pointed at the boxes of pills and said. Hearing Elder Hu's words, the 4 emissaries sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't expect Elder Hu to be so generous as to directly take out the pills that 100,000 soldiers needed to heal their injuries. With these pills, no matter how many soldiers were equipped, their combat strength would instantly soar. If it were any other time, it would be impossible to purchase so many pills from these sects. Not to mention, the expensive price would cause one's heart to ache. Even if one wanted to buy so many, the sects might not sell so many at once. This was the willfulness of the alchemy sects. Everyone had to serve them. But now, the 4 emissaries couldn't believe it when they directly gave the pills needed by 100,000 soldiers. Hearing Elder Hu's words, Yi Hao was also shocked. Obviously, he didn't expect Elder Hu to give him so many pills. This made Yi Hao feel a little embarrassed in an instant. After all, if he were to compete with these pills, he would owe a huge favor. But as the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling person. Especially at this time, Elder Hu and his sect were giving him so many pills. That was completely thinking highly of him. If he were to refuse, it would be even more outrageous. Of course, these pills were naturally not given by Elder Hu alone. After all, what is the background of the new emperor of Qianyuan? Looking at the group of alchemists, the 4 emissaries couldn't help but think to themselves, Your Majesty, this is a gift on the orders of my sect master to congratulate Your Majesty on your ascension to the throne. Elder Hu suddenly waved his hand, and a pile of medicinal herbs and pills suddenly appeared in the main hall. The pills here are specially for the soldiers to heal their injuries. It's enough for 100,000 soldiers. Elder Hu pointed at the boxes of pills and said. Hearing Elder Hu's words, the 4 envoys sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Elder Hu to be so generous, directly taking out the medicinal pills that the 100,000 soldiers needed. With these pills, no matter how large an army was, their combat power would instantly soar. If it were any other time, it would be impossible to purchase so many pills from these sects. Not to mention, the expensive price would make one's heart ache. Even if he wanted to buy so many at once, the sect might not sell so many at once. This was the willfulness of an alchemy sect. Everyone had to serve him. But now, the 4 envoys found it hard to believe that he would give them the pills needed by 100,000 soldiers. Yi Hao was shocked when he heard Old Hu's words. Clearly, he did not expect Old Hu to give him so many elixirs. This made Yi Hao feel a little embarrassed. After all, if he were to compete in this pill competition, he would owe a huge favor. But as the saying goes, never slap a smiling face. Especially at this time, Elder Hu and his sect were giving him so many pills. That was completely thinking highly of him. If he were to refuse, it would be even more outrageous. Of course, These medicinal pills were naturally not given by Elder Hu alone. After all, although Elder Hu's alchemy level was not bad, What is the background of this new emperor of Qianyuan? Looking at the group of alchemists, the four envoys could not help but think to themselves. Your Majesty, this is a gift on the orders of my sect master to congratulate your Majesty on your ascension to the throne. Elder Hu suddenly waved his hand, and a pile of medicinal herbs and pills suddenly appeared in the hall. The pills here are specially for the soldiers to heal their injuries. It's enough for 100,000 soldiers. Elder Hu pointed at the boxes of pills and said. Hearing Elder Hu's words, the four envoys sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Elder Hu to be so generous as to directly take out the pills that 100,000 soldiers needed to heal their injuries. With these pills, no matter which army was equipped with 100,000 soldiers, their combat power would instantly soar. Normally, if one wanted to buy so many pills from these sects, it would be very expensive. Not to mention, the expensive price would make one's heart ache. Even if one wanted to buy so many pills, the sects might not give out so many at once. This was the willfulness of alchemy sects. Everyone had to serve them. But now, the four envoys could not believe that they would directly give out the pills needed by 100,000 soldiers. Hearing Elder Hu's words, Yi Hao was also shocked. Obviously, he did not expect Elder Hu to give him so many pills. This made Yi Hao feel a little embarrassed in an instant. After all, if he were to compete with these pills, he would owe a huge favor. But as the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling person. Especially at this time, Elder Hu and his sect were giving him so many pills. That was completely thinking highly of him. If he were to refuse, it would be even more outrageous. Of course, these pills were naturally not given by Elder Hu alone. After all, although Elder Hu's alchemy level was not bad, what is the background of this new emperor of Qianyuan? Looking at the group of alchemists, the four envoys could not help but think to themselves. Your Majesty, this is a gift on the orders of my sect master to congratulate your Majesty on your ascension to the throne. Elder Hu suddenly waved his hand, and a pile of medicinal herbs and pills suddenly appeared in the hall. The pills here are specially for the soldiers to heal their injuries. It's enough for 100,000 soldiers. Elder Hu pointed at the boxes of pills and said. Hearing Elder Hu's words, the four envoys sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not expect Elder Hu to be so generous, directly taking out the pills that 100,000 soldiers needed to heal their injuries. With these pills, no matter which army was equipped with 100,000 soldiers, their combat power would instantly soar. If this was normal, if one wanted to buy so many pills from these sects. Not to mention, the expensive price would make one's heart ache. Even if one wanted to buy so many, the sects might not give out so many at once. This was the willfulness of alchemy sects. Everyone had to serve them. But now, they were directly giving out the pills needed by 100,000 soldiers. The four envoys simply did not dare to believe it. Hearing Elder Hu's words, Yi Hao was also shocked. Obviously, he did not expect Elder Hu to give him so many pills. This made Yi Hao feel a little embarrassed in an instant. After all, if he were to compete with these pills, he would owe a huge favor. Chapter 1008. Putting everything else aside, just these pills alone were worth more than 1,000,000. This was enough to equip an army of 1,000,000 people. No matter which country these pills were given to, that country's strength would be greatly improved. These four are. Elder Hu purposely looked at the four envoys and asked. Of course, Elder Hu knew the identities of the four envoys, but he also knew their purpose. Therefore, in order to build a good relationship with them in the future, he didn't mind setting them up. Greetings, Alchemy Master. I'm the envoy of the Yensang Kingdom. Greetings, Alchemy Master. I'm the envoy of the Kanglan Kingdom. Greetings, Alchemy Master. I'm the envoy of the Daming Kingdom. Greetings, Alchemy Master. I'm the envoy of the Yufeng Kingdom. Even though the four envoys were the ministers of the four kingdoms, they still had to be respectful when they saw Elder Hu. After all, they really couldn't afford to offend an alchemy master. And these alchemists present all had their own forces in the four kingdoms. If they angered these alchemy masters present and cut off their channels to purchase pills, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. "What are you doing here?" Boss Who asked with a straight face. "Ah." Hearing Elder Who's words, the four alchemy masters were stunned. Wasn't Elder Who asking the obvious? They were naturally here for Yi Hao's ascension. "We're here to congratulate Emperor Yi on his ascension." Although the envoy of the Yensong Kingdom didn't understand what Elder Who meant, he still said, "Are you all here as well?" Elder Who looked at the other three envoys. The other three envoys looked at Elder Who's inquiring eyes and nodded repeatedly. "Since you're here to congratulate Emperor Yi on his ascension, why didn't I see any gifts? Could it be that you're all here empty-handed?" Elder Who raised his eyebrows and asked. "It can't be. You're the envoys of the kingdoms. It's impossible for you to come empty-handed, right? Don't tell me the kingdoms don't have this kind of etiquette. If they don't even have this kind of etiquette, how can the kingdoms have any face left? If news of the kingdoms visiting the Chenyuan kingdom empty-handed spread, the kingdoms will become a joke." The group of alchemists also knew what Elder Who meant. At this moment, they all spoke up one after another. Hearing the words of the alchemists, the four emissaries were embarrassed and could not help but wipe off the cold sweat on their foreheads. But before they could say anything, Yi Hao spoke up. "Everyone, there's no need to be like this. There's no need for gifts. However, these few big kingdoms are also in a difficult situation. I can understand if they can't take out gifts." Yi Hao said with a smile. "Understand my ass." Hearing Yi Hao's words, the four emissaries cursed in their hearts. It would have been fine if Yi Hao had not said this, but Yi Hao had. They had no choice but to take the gifts. If they didn't bring any gifts, they would definitely become a laughingstock. If the four great kingdoms were so poor that they couldn't take out any gifts, just how poor were they? The reason why they didn't send any gifts was to humiliate Yi Hao. But now, they were afraid of Yi Hao and the many alchemists. They could only grit their teeth and swallow their anger. At this moment, they definitely couldn't say that the reason they didn't send any gifts was to humiliate Yi Hao. Therefore, even if they were to send gifts now, they couldn't send ordinary gifts. They had to send something expensive. Otherwise, it would be even more obvious that they couldn't take out any gifts because their kingdoms couldn't. The four emissaries looked at each other. For a moment, no one said anything. Ahem, how can the Yensong Kingdom not send any gifts for Yi Hao's coronation? The emissary of the Yensong Kingdom coughed dryly. "Oh." Yi Hao deliberately looked interested. "Could it be that you're willing to send me a gift?" "Ahem, Your Majesty, what are you saying?" The emissary of the Yensong Kingdom coughed dryly again when he heard Yi Hao's words. "My emperor said that ordinary gifts can't show our sincerity. As long as Your Majesty says so, I, Yensong Kingdom, will give you anything," the emissary of the Yensong Kingdom said. This was a way for him to get out of the embarrassing situation. However, he was also very confident that Yi Hao would not dare to ask for too much. After all, the Yensong Kingdom was not a small kingdom like the Duan Kingdom or the Chenyuan Kingdom. In terms of strength, even the Duan Kingdom and the Chenyuan Kingdom combined were no match for the Yensong Kingdom. Therefore, he wasn't afraid that Yi Hao would ask for too much. After all, even if he did ask for too much, he had to be able to swallow it. Everyone turned to look at Yi Hao when they heard the emissary of the Yensong Kingdom. It had to be said that the emissary of the Yensong Kingdom was very quick-witted. This time, he threw the difficult problem to Yi Hao. Because if Yi Hao asked for too little, the Yensong Kingdom couldn't be blamed. If Yi Hao asked for too much, it would depend on whether Yi Hao dared to ask for too much. Elder Hu and the others frowned slightly. Obviously, they hadn't expected this either. They had wanted to help Yi Hao, but the emissary of the Yensong Kingdom had easily resolved the issue and even retaliated. At this moment, they wouldn't be too biased towards Yi Hao and speak up for Yi Hao. Because if they went overboard, they wouldn't be able to answer to their sects. They were only helping Yi Hao because they wanted to use their sects to intimidate these emissaries so that they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. However, as the saying went, a rabbit would bite when it was cornered. If he really pissed off these big kingdoms, it was possible that they would cause a lot of trouble. At this moment, the emissary of the Yensong kingdom was secretly delighted. He didn't expect himself to be so quick-witted and come up with such a good idea. He believed that Yi Hao must be very conflicted and didn't know what to do. After all, if Yi Hao asked for too little, he would be mocked by others. They had given him a chance to ask for something, but he didn't dare to ask for it. If he asked for too much, he believed that Yi Hao wouldn't have the guts to ask for too much. After all, if Yi Hao really asked for too much and angered the Yensong emperor, the Qianyuan kingdom would be the one to suffer if a war broke out. Hearing the emissary of the Yensong kingdom's words, the eyes of the other three people lit up. Obviously, all of them thought highly of this idea. One by one, they hurriedly spoke up. That's right, Your Majesty. Our emperor has the same idea as the Yensong emperor. I, Emperor Ming, also have the same idea. The officials didn't expect these three emissaries to be so shameless. They were so careful and didn't dare to say anything just now. Now that they had the chance, they were arrogant again. The officials looked at Yi Hao nervously. They were worried for Yi Hao. They were worried about Yi Hao. Elder Hu and the others also looked at Yi Hao worriedly. On the other hand, the four emissaries were looking at Yi Hao with cold smiles, as if they already had the situation under control. Chapter 1009. Yi Hao saw through the intentions of the four envoys, but would he care? Of course. The four envoys quickly replied. All right then. As the saying goes, a general's success is built on the bones of 10,000 men. This emperor's ascension ceremony needs to see some blood. This emperor doesn't want anything else, just your lives. This gift isn't too much, right? Yi Hao looked at the four envoys and smiled. What? Our lives? Your Majesty. You must be joking. Your Majesty, this joke isn't funny. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the smirks on the four envoys' faces instantly disappeared. One by one, they spoke in a panic. They obviously didn't expect Yi Hao to be so fearless. He actually wanted their lives the moment he spoke. They couldn't help but wonder what made Yi Hao dare to say this. Not only them, but everyone was shocked when they heard Yi Hao's words. Because Yi Hao's words were simply too domineering. He actually only wanted the lives of the envoys from the four kingdoms. Other than Yi Hao, the Yensong kingdom, the Lansong kingdom, the Daming kingdom, the Yufeng kingdom, and the Liuyun kingdom. None of the emperors of these kingdoms would dare to say this out loud. However, Yi Hao actually said it out loud during the coronation ceremony. From this, it could be seen that Yi Hao was extraordinarily arrogant. Your Majesty, this isn't a good idea. After all, it's not auspicious to kill people in the coronation ceremony. That's right, Your Majesty. This will also affect the relationship between our two kingdoms. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The four envoys spoke to Yi Hao as they wiped off their cold sweat. Affect the relationship between our two kingdoms? Ha ha. Yi Hao sneered in his heart when he heard what the four envoys said. Previously, when the Qianyuan kingdom was about to be destroyed, these four kingdoms didn't even step forward to help. This time, they came to the Qianyuan kingdom to laugh at the Qianyuan kingdom. Therefore, it was pure nonsense to say that it would affect the relationship between the two kingdoms. After all, there was no relationship between them, so how could it affect them? Yi Hao would not let the four of them off so easily. After all, Yi Hao had not forgotten the smug looks on their faces just now. Since they wanted to make things difficult for him, they had to consider whether they could bear the consequences of offending him. Killing people is indeed inauspicious. You're right. Yi Hao nodded. That's right, Your Majesty. However, before the four of them could say anything, they were interrupted by Yi Hao. But I am the emperor. How can I change what I've said? Moreover, you were the ones who asked me to make this request. Yi Hao looked like he was in a difficult position. At that moment, the four envoys had regretful expressions on their faces. They were truly regretful. This was truly a case of being too clever for his own good. He had lifted a rock only to drop it on his own feet. They had thought that they were smart for nothing. If they did not solve this problem and could not make Yi Hao change his mind, they might even lose their lives. Your Majesty, you misunderstood. What I meant was that if the Qianyuan kingdom has any problems in the future, they can seek help from the Yensong kingdom. The envoy of the Yensong kingdom had no choice but to make up a reason. Hearing what the envoy of the Yensong kingdom said, many people rolled their eyes. Because they had to admit that the envoy of the Yensong kingdom was really shameless. Moreover, his ability to make up stories was superb. That's not right. Isn't the Yensong kingdom going to give me a gift? Is this considered a gift? Yi Hao pretended to be confused. The envoy of the Yensong kingdom knew that he had to pay a price this time. Thus, he suppressed his heartache and said, I am under the orders of my emperor to give the Qianyuan kingdom 100,000 sets of Demon King level equipment. Is your Majesty satisfied? Hearing what the envoy of the Yensong kingdom said, everyone was shocked. They were all shocked and looked at the envoy of the Yensong kingdom. Obviously, they did not believe that the envoy of the Yensong kingdom said this. This was because they did not believe that the Yensong kingdom would be so generous. After all, that was a total of 100,000 sets of Demon King level equipment. Many officials looked at Yi Hao with admiration. Obviously, they did not expect Yi Hao to convince the envoy of the Yensong kingdom so quickly. Moreover, not only was he convinced, but he also took 100,000 sets of equipment from the Yensong kingdom. 100,000 sets of Demon King level equipment were comparable to 100,000 elixirs. In fact, they were even more valuable. This also showed that the envoy of the Yensong kingdom was really forced to do this. Just when everyone thought that Yi Hao would agree, Yi Hao shook his head. Seeing Yi Hao shake his head, everyone had a puzzled look. Obviously, they were very curious as to why Yi Hao would not accept such a huge gift. The group of officials was even more anxious. The envoy of the Yensong kingdom was also very surprised. After all, 100,000 sets of Demon King level equipment was definitely not a small amount. Even the Yensong kingdom would feel the pinch if they could take out so many sets of equipment. However, not only did Yi Hao not agree to it secretly, but he also shook his head directly. Your Majesty, what do you mean by this? The envoy of the Yensong kingdom had no choice but to ask humbly. This was because he knew that his life was completely in the hands of Yi Hao. Therefore, whether he lived or died depended entirely on Yi Hao. Therefore, he did not dare to be rude to Yi Hao. If I remember correctly, 10 years ago, the Qianyuan kingdom spent a lot of resources to create a batch of Demon King level equipment. However, after this batch of equipment was completed, it was robbed during the transportation. Do you know about this? Yi Hao suddenly asked. Hearing Yi Hao's words, many officials at the scene were furious. Although this incident had happened 10 years ago, it was obvious that many people were still brooding over it. Even the envoy of the Yensong kingdom turned pale when he heard Yi Hao's words. He broke out in a cold sweat. This was because the Yensong kingdom was responsible for this incident. At that time, the Qianyuan kingdom was not in this state yet. At that time, Emperor Qianyuan spent a lot of resources to create 100,000 sets of Demon King level equipment. If the soldiers of the Qianyuan kingdom were to be equipped with this batch of equipment, their combat power would definitely be greatly improved. However, bad news came. After this batch of equipment was completed and transported back to the Qianyuan kingdom, it was robbed by the Yensong kingdom. Since then, the strength of the Qianyuan kingdom had been reduced again and again. It could be said that the Yensong kingdom was responsible for the decline of the Qianyuan kingdom from its glory days. However, it had been 10 years since then, so everyone knew what was going on. Even the Emperor of Heaven Yuan felt the same way. Chapter 10:10. Who would have thought that Yi Hao would bring up the past at this moment? The situation instantly became awkward. The messenger of the Yensong kingdom also had a terrible look on his face. He couldn't help but wonder if Yi Hao was really going to fall out with the Yensong kingdom. Of course, that batch of equipment was lent to the Yensong kingdom by my Qianyuan kingdom. Messenger, tell me, am I right? Yi Hao suddenly changed his tone and said with a smile. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the officials were all stunned. They didn't understand what Yi Hao was up to. Everyone knew that the Yensong kingdom had snatched that batch of equipment. However, the relationship between the two kingdoms was still considered friendly at that time. Of course, the Yensong kingdom was too embarrassed to admit it. If they admitted that they had snatched equipment from a friendly kingdom, it would definitely damage their reputation and make people doubt their national character. Everyone couldn't help but suspect that Yi Hao was bringing up the past to whitewash the Yensong kingdom's reputation. The messenger of the Yensong kingdom was also stunned when he heard Yi Hao's words. This was simply too big of a reversal. The messenger of the Yensong kingdom quickly nodded and said, "Your Majesty is right. In that case, you said that the Yensong kingdom would give me 100,000 pieces of Demon King level equipment. Does that not include these 100,000 pieces of Demon King level equipment?" Yi Hao continued to look at the messenger of the Yensong kingdom. Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but look at Yi Hao with their eyes wide open. All of them looked at Yi Hao with admiration. They also instantly understood that Yi Hao had taken such a big detour. He wanted to get back the 100,000 sets of Demon King level equipment that the Yensong kingdom had snatched away. At the same time, he also wanted to cheat the Yensong kingdom of 100,000 sets of equipment with interest. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the messenger of the Yensong kingdom had the urge to vomit blood. Obviously, he also understood Yi Hao's intention. He knew that Yi Hao wasn't that good. Why would he help the Yensong kingdom to whitewash their reputation for no reason? There must be a trap. However, at this point, he couldn't change his words. The emissary could only grit his teeth and nod. "Since that's the case, I'll also lend you my equipment for 10 years. I won't ask for the interest I mentioned back then. Just take it as proof of the good relationship between our two nations." Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the envoy of the Yensong kingdom had the urge to curse out loud. He thought to himself, "Can you be any more shameless? The equipment was stolen from the Yensong kingdom. Since when was there an interest? You even said that you don't want the interest, as if you're a big shot." Of course, these were only the thoughts of the envoy of the Yensong kingdom. After all, as the envoy of a nation, his every word and action represented the face of the Yensong kingdom. At this moment, even if he suffered a loss, he couldn't be labeled as a bandit. Therefore, he had no choice but to agree with Yi Hao. The equipment was borrowed from the Qianyuan kingdom by the Yensong kingdom. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The envoy of the Yensong kingdom could only grit his teeth and say. Seeing the expression of the Yensong kingdom's envoy, the officials present could not help but laugh in their hearts. What could be more depressing than this? He clearly knew that he was going to suffer a loss and that there was a fire pit ahead. But he still had to swallow this loss and jump into the fire pit. Now, the Yensong kingdom was obviously at a disadvantage, but the envoy of the Yensong kingdom still had to pretend to be happy and thank Yi Hao. "You don't have to thank me. I still need the Yensong kingdom to send the 200,000 pieces of equipment to me," Yi Hao continued. As expected. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the envoy of the Yensong kingdom felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. In just a short while, Yi Hao had cheated him of 200,000 pieces of equipment. 10 years ago, the Yensong kingdom was still proud of robbing the Qianyuan kingdom of 100,000 pieces of equipment. Who would have thought that 10 years later, they would return the money with interest? And the interest was not a small amount. That was a full double of what he had earned. At this moment, he did not know how to go back and report to the Yensong emperor. It was likely that this matter would become the biggest obstacle in his official career. But he did not expect Yi Hao to be so difficult to deal with. He could not help but regret sending the envoy to the Qianyuan kingdom. At first, he thought that this was a good job. As long as he came to the Qianyuan kingdom and humiliated Yi Hao, it would be enough. At that time, he could threaten the Qianyuan kingdom and scam them of their resources. That would be icing on the cake. But who would have thought that coming to the Qianyuan kingdom was completely different from what he had imagined? It was a world of difference. Before he could humiliate Yi Hao, he was already frightened by Yi Hao. Before he could scam them away, the Qianyuan kingdom's resources had already been taken away by Yi Hao. 200,000 pieces of equipment of the Demon King level. This made him very upset. How he wished that the envoy to the Qianyuan kingdom was not him, but his opponent in the Yensong kingdom. After all, he had fought many opponents to get a place to come to the Qianyuan kingdom. Because in their eyes, coming to the Qianyuan kingdom was a good job. After all, in their eyes, the Qianyuan kingdom was so weak. Even if they had a new emperor, they would still be bullied by him. But who would have thought that not only did he fail to humiliate Yi Hao, but he also made the Yensong kingdom suffer such a great loss. He could already see his opponent's arrogant face laughing at him when he returned. At the thought of this, he could not help but swallow his bitterness. I believe that the Yensong kingdom will keep their word. They will not go back on their words, right? Yi Hao planned to use morality to restrain the Yensong kingdom. At that time, even if the Yensong kingdom wanted to regret, they would not be able to do so. If the Yensong kingdom dared to regret, they would definitely be labeled as untrustworthy. At that time, they would be ridiculed by the world. Therefore, no matter how thick-skinned the Yensong kingdom was, they would not be able to stand the criticism of the world. The best way was for the Flame Kang kingdom to swallow their pride and swallow their pride. Your Majesty is right. The Yensong kingdom has always kept its word. At this moment, Envoy Yensong had no choice but to pat his chest and say. Anyway, in his opinion, since they had already suffered a loss, the most important thing now was to maintain the Yensong kingdom's reputation. Image. They are willing to suffer for their pride. Looking at Envoy Yensong patting his chest, many people thought. At the same time, they all thought to themselves. Looking at Envoy Yensong's expression, Yi Hao was even happier. Because the more Envoy Yensong was happy, the better he could get Envoy Yensong. I heard that the Yensong kingdom has been thriving recently. The people are living and working in peace. The whole country is thriving and developing very well. Yi Hao chatted with Envoy Yensong casually, as if he was chatting with him. Chapter 10-11. Speaking of the Yangkang kingdom, the envoy of the Yangkang kingdom immediately swept away the displeasure in his heart and spoke with a hint of pride in his voice. Because what he said was true. Over the years, the Yensong kingdom had been developing well and had made great progress. It had even surpassed the heyday of the Yensong kingdom. Looking at the pride in the envoy's voice. Elder who couldn't help but curse him in his heart. No matter what, Elder who was experienced and knowledgeable. To put it bluntly, he was a cunning old fox. Based on what Yi Hao had done previously, he could tell that Yi Hao was not praising the Yensong kingdom for nothing. He must have his reasons. Envoy Yang Kang might be filled with pride at this moment, but he would probably burst into tears very soon. Obviously, Elder whose guess was very correct. Since the Yensong kingdom is so powerful, I believe that the 200,000 pieces of Demon King equipment must be brand new. Otherwise, the Yensong kingdom wouldn't even be able to take it out. It would be a disgrace to the Yensong kingdom. Seeing the pride on Envoy Yensong's face, Yi Hao knew that he had achieved his goal, so he immediately said, "I." Hearing Yi Hao's words, Envoy Yensong's heart sank. At this moment, he really regretted accepting Yi Hao's words. He finally understood what it meant by life is full of trap. Because he did want to suggest that Emperor Yensong give the Qianyuan kingdom 200,000 sets of old equipment that were seriously worn out and were about to be scrapped. Those equipment were about to be scrapped or had already been scrapped. Even if they were given to the Qianyuan kingdom, the Yensong kingdom wouldn't suffer too much loss. At the very least, if they gave the Qianyuan kingdom such equipment, the Qianyuan kingdom wouldn't be able to increase their strength. If Yi Hao wanted to pursue the matter, he could say that he didn't make it clear at the beginning and gave away the equipment. Then, Yi Hao wouldn't be able to do anything and he could shut the world up. But who would have thought that Yi Hao would actually be so quick-witted and cut off this path of his so quickly? Now that Yi Hao said this, they wouldn't be able to give the Qianyuan kingdom the old equipment at all. After all, the difference in price between old equipment and new equipment was like the difference between heaven and earth. Everyone knew that the newer the equipment, the more expensive it was. Originally, he had thought that even if he didn't give Yi Hao scrapped equipment, he would at least give him equipment that was 50% new or below. That way, the Yensong Kingdom would be able to save a large amount of resources. But now, the moment Yi Hao opened his mouth, he insisted that it was brand new equipment. This left the Yensong Kingdom with no other choice. Even if they wanted to give away their old equipment, they couldn't. Otherwise, the entire world would laugh at the Yensong Kingdom. It could be said that Yi Hao's words had directly pushed the Yensong Kingdom to the edge of a fire pit. The Yensong Kingdom had no choice but to listen to him. 200,000 worth of brand new equipment. The Yensong Kingdom's ambassador felt his heart bleed at the thought of this. However, standing in the royal court with so many people looking at him, he absolutely could not embarrass the Yensong Kingdom. At this moment, he could only slap his face until it was swollen. Otherwise, what else could he do? Could it be that the Yensong Kingdom couldn't afford 200,000 brand new equipment? Or could it be that everything he said before was just to tease Yi Hao? That would really make the Yensong Kingdom a laughingstock. He probably wouldn't be any better off than the Liyun Kingdom's ambassador. He could only squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Your Majesty, the equipment must be brand new. With the strength of the Yensong Kingdom, how can we afford to save them? Not to mention Your Majesty, even the Yensong Kingdom won't be able to stand it, the Yensong Kingdom's ambassador said. Yes, that's right. The Yensong Kingdom is indeed a very friendly country with the Qianyuan Kingdom. Yi Hao nodded with a gratified expression. In fact, Yi Hao was already overjoyed at this moment. He had cheated 200,000 out of nothing for the Demon King level equipment. This could save him a large amount of resources and at the same time, increase the strength of his soldiers. As for angering the Yensong Kingdom and ruining the relationship between the Yensong Kingdom and the Qianyuan Kingdom, Yi Hao didn't even think about this point. That was because there was no relationship between the Qianyuan Kingdom and the Yensong Kingdom at all. It could only be said that whoever was more powerful would be more awesome. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible that no country stepped forward to help the Qianyuan Kingdom when it was about to be destroyed. Yi Hao guessed that if it weren't for the broken kingdom between the Qianyuan Kingdom and the Yensong Kingdom, the Yensong Kingdom would have already attacked the Qianyuan Kingdom. However, it was precisely because of the broken kingdom that the Yensong Kingdom couldn't do anything to the Qianyuan Kingdom. Although they couldn't do anything to the Qianyuan Kingdom, the Yensong Kingdom had never shown mercy to the Qianyuan Kingdom. To be precise, none of the countries present had ever bullied the Qianyuan Kingdom. They had never done so. This was because these countries had always bullied the Qianyuan Kingdom, whether openly or secretly. Yi Hao guessed that if it weren't for the broken kingdom between the Qianyuan Kingdom and the Yensong Kingdom, the Yensong Kingdom would have already attacked the Qianyuan Kingdom. However, it was precisely because of the broken kingdom that the Yensong Kingdom couldn't do anything to the Qianyuan Kingdom. Although they couldn't do anything to the Qianyuan Kingdom, the Yensong Kingdom had never shown mercy to the Qianyuan Kingdom. To be precise, none of the countries present had ever bullied the Qianyuan Kingdom. They had never done so. This was because these countries had always bullied the Qianyuan Kingdom, whether openly or secretly. Yi Hao guessed that if it weren't for the broken kingdom between the Qianyuan Kingdom and the Yensong Kingdom, the Yensong Kingdom would have already attacked the Qianyuan Kingdom. However, it was precisely because of the broken kingdom that the Yensong Kingdom couldn't do anything to the Qianyuan Kingdom. Although they couldn't do anything to the Qianyuan Kingdom, the Yensong Kingdom had never shown mercy to the Qianyuan Kingdom. To be precise, none of the countries present had ever bullied the Qianyuan Kingdom. They had never done so. This was because these countries had always bullied the Qianyuan Kingdom, whether openly or secretly. Yi Hao guessed that if it weren't for the broken kingdom between the Qianyuan Kingdom and the Yensong Kingdom, the Yensong Kingdom would have already attacked the Qianyuan Kingdom. However, it was precisely because of the broken kingdom that the Yensong Kingdom couldn't do anything to the Qianyuan Kingdom. However, although they couldn't do anything to the Qianyuan Kingdom, the Yensong Kingdom had never shown mercy to the Qianyuan Kingdom. In fact, none of the countries present had ever bullied the Qianyuan Kingdom. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come this time. It was said that Yi Hao was about to ascend the throne. This group of people didn't bring any gifts. They were just there to laugh at the Qianyuan kingdom and humiliate the Qianyuan kingdom and Yi Hao. Chapter 10-12. Envoy Yang Kang knew that Yi Hao wanted to keep him as a hostage and was afraid that he would run away. Looking at Yi Hao's serious expression, Envoy Yang Kang felt bitter in his heart and had no choice but to agree. "Come, send Envoy Yang Kang to rest," Yi Hao said when he saw that Envoy Yang Kang had agreed. Yi Hao was not worried about how Envoy Yang Kang would pass the message back to his kingdom. After all, Envoy Yang Kang would not come to the Qianyuan kingdom alone. He would definitely be followed by a large group of bodyguards. Envoy Yang Kang was not stupid. He would definitely order his bodyguards to return to him. As for the 200,000 sets of equipment, it was entirely up to Emperor Yang Kang to decide whether he would give it to him. However, Yi Hao believed that Emperor Yang Kang would definitely give it to him. After all, even if Emperor Yang Kang did not want to give it to him, he would have to consider whether the Yensong kingdom would be able to withstand the ridicule of the world. Seeing that the envoy from the Yensong kingdom had left, Yi Hao looked at the remaining 3 envoys. Yi Hao was not in a hurry to speak. In his opinion, it was better to be passive than to take the initiative. The 3 envoys felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw Yi Hao's gaze. This was because they knew that the Yensong kingdom had been tricked and it was their turn now. They were prepared to be tricked by Yi Hao. After waiting for a long time, Yi Hao still did not speak. However, this was how things were. The more Yi Hao did not speak, the more unsure they were. This was because if Yi Hao had given them a number, they would have thought about it. However, Yi Hao did not speak and this made them extremely anxious. It would have been fine if Yi Hao did not speak. However, the problem was that Yi Hao was still staring at them. After waiting for a long time, the envoy from the Lancang kingdom finally could not take it anymore. After thinking for a while, he decided to take the initiative to speak. After all, it was not a good idea to continue in this stalemate. However, when he thought about how many gifts he should give to the Qianyuan kingdom, he was very uncertain. After all, if they asked for too little, Yi Hao would definitely not agree. But if he opened too much, he would feel the pinch and he wouldn't be able to answer to Emperor Lan Kang when he returned. Envoy Lan Kang could not help but recall that the Lan Kang kingdom had never robbed the Qianyuan kingdom of equipment before. Finally, he dared to say, "Your Majesty, on behalf of His Majesty Lan Kang, I congratulate Your Majesty on your ascension to the throne. I would like to gift you 150,000 sets of equipment as a gift." Envoy Lan Kang originally wanted to ask for 100,000 sets of equipment. However, when he thought about how the envoy of the Flame Kang kingdom had been cheated of 200,000 sets of equipment because he had obtained 100,000 sets of equipment, he was shocked. Therefore, he had no choice but to open more for insurance purposes. However, it would be too much of a loss if he opened 200,000 pieces. After thinking about it, Envoy Lan Kang decided to offer 150,000 sets of equipment. After speaking, Envoy Lancang couldn't help but look at Yi Hao cautiously. After all, with Envoy Yang Kang's previous experience, he was also afraid that Yi Hao would bring up the past and find out what the Lancang kingdom did to the Qianyuan kingdom in the past. At that time, Yi Hao would ask for an exorbitant price and it would be over. Everyone looked at each other when they heard what Envoy Lancang said. They didn't expect these envoys to be so generous as to offer 150,000 sets of equipment at once. The envoys laughed secretly because they knew that these envoys were really frightened by Yi Hao. After hearing Envoy Lancang's words, Yi Hao didn't have much of an expression on his face and didn't say anything. Instead, he looked at the other 2 envoys. Envoy Lancang suddenly felt extremely embarrassed. He didn't expect Yi Hao to ignore him. This made him feel even more uneasy. This was because he didn't know if Yi Hao was satisfied with the 150,000 sets of equipment. After all, he had gritted his teeth and opened the 150,000 sets of equipment. Basically, he had the greatest right to do so. If he asked for more equipment, he didn't have the right to do so. After all, he was just an envoy and not the emperor of the Lancang kingdom. He was already prepared to be punished when he returned to the Lancang kingdom after opening the 150,000 sets of equipment. The other 2 envoys obviously didn't expect this either. Yi Hao actually ignored emissary Lancang's words and turned his gaze to them. This made them feel extremely guilty because they didn't know if Yi Hao was satisfied with the numbers revealed by Envoy Lancang. In fact, the two of them looked at Envoy Lancang with hidden bitterness in their hearts. After all, Envoy Lancang had opened the 150,000 sets of equipment at once. This instantly blocked their way. This also meant that the numbers they revealed couldn't be lower than 150,000. Otherwise, they would be looking for trouble. Therefore, the two of them looked at each other for a moment and revealed their numbers. The numbers revealed by the two envoys were exactly the same as Envoy Lancang's. This was because they couldn't be lower than Envoy Lancang's number, but it didn't mean that they were stupid enough to take the initiative to increase the number. One should know that 150,000 sets of equipment was already a lot. If Envoy Lancang didn't ask them to report, they would at most report 100,000 sets of equipment. The 150,000 sets of equipment had greatly exceeded their expectations. They were also forced to do this by Envoy Lancang. After all, as a kingdom, they definitely couldn't appear to be weaker than the Lancang kingdom. That's 450,000 sets of Demon King level equipment. Together with the equipment from the Yensong kingdom, that's a total of 650,000 sets of equipment. At this moment, the important officials couldn't help but secretly calculate in their hearts. After the results were out, they were all shocked in their hearts. After all, this was 750,000 sets of Demon King level equipment. If this was equipment below the Demon King level, the Qianyuan kingdom would definitely be able to obtain it without asking. However, to obtain so many sets of Demon King level equipment at once, even the Qianyuan kingdom couldn't do it even if they spent a lot of resources. However, Yi Hao was the envoy of the Yensong kingdom at the beginning. Now, without even saying anything, he had directly cheated the four kingdoms of so many sets of equipment. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but admire Yi Hao in their hearts. However, when the crowd realized that Yi Hao hadn't said anything, they couldn't help but curiously look at Yi Hao again. Damn it, is this lad satisfied or not? Why isn't he saying anything? I'm so anxious. If I knew that this lad was so difficult to deal with, I wouldn't have come to this bullshit Qianyuan kingdom even if you beat me to death. At this moment, the three envoys couldn't help but feel anxious when Yi Hao didn't say anything. Chapter 10:13. Haha, since all the countries are so considerate, I can't reject them. You must thank your king on my behalf, Yi Hao said with a smile when he saw that he had achieved his goal. One had to know that Yi Hao's original plan was to swindle about 300,000 equipment from these three countries. After all, he couldn't offend all these countries at once. Therefore, Yi Hao didn't take the initiative to say anything. He just wanted to see what the bottom line of these countries was. Because he knew that the number that the envoys were willing to give at this time was basically the bottom line of these countries. But the reward was far beyond his expectations. He had thought that he would be satisfied if each of these countries could give him 100,000 pieces of equipment. But who would have thought that these three countries would be so generous and give him 150,000 pieces of equipment at once? The amount of equipment given by this country was 50,000 more than what he had expected. The total amount of equipment given by these three countries was a total of 150,000 pieces of equipment. Therefore, Yi Hao was overjoyed. Seeing how nervous the three of them were, Yi Hao laughed. Phew. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the three envoys heaved a sigh of relief. They couldn't help but feel lucky that Yi Hao didn't make things difficult for them and didn't increase the amount of equipment given. At least the amount of equipment given by them would be much less than what the Yensong kingdom had given. Even if they returned to their own countries, the Yensong kingdom would be at the bottom. At least they would feel better and suffer less punishment. But what they didn't know was that Yi Hao's original plan was to give each of them 100,000 pieces of equipment. The total amount of equipment given by the three of them would be 300,000 pieces of equipment. But they gave out 150,000 pieces of equipment. The total amount of equipment given by the three of them would be 45 pieces of equipment. This meant that each of them would lose 50,000 pieces of equipment. The total amount of equipment given by the three of them would be 150,000 pieces of equipment. But they didn't realize it. They even heaved a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. This guy is indeed extraordinary. Seeing how Yi Hao managed to get so many pieces of equipment, they couldn't help but exclaim. The group of alchemists, including Elder Hu, were all secretly impressed. Because from the very beginning, they had seen with their own eyes how these kingdoms had looked down on Yi Hao. When they came to the imperial court, they didn't even bow and had arrogant looks on their faces. But it had only been a short while, and Yi Hao had already subdued him. That wasn't all. They had also caused these kingdoms to pay a heavy price. Court is dismissed. Yi Hao was in a good mood. The coronation ceremony was finally over. After Yi Hao was dismissed, he immediately led everyone to the banquet. After this banquet, Elder Hu and the other officials naturally ate heartily. After all, this was a state banquet. Naturally, the things prepared would not be bad. However, the four emissaries, including the emissary from the Yensang kingdom, had no appetite at all. At this moment, all the delicious food in their mouths was like chewing wax. After all, no matter who it was, losing so many things in one go would definitely not feel good in their heart. Moreover, it didn't belong to them. It belonged to their country. Each and every one of them was thinking about how they should explain themselves when they returned to their countries. Time flew. The emperors of each country had also received the letters from their emissaries. But after reading the letters, all the emperors were furious. Especially Emperor Yensang. He wanted to give the Qianyuan kingdom 200,000 sets of Demon King level equipment, and they were all brand new equipment. Suddenly, he had the urge to vomit blood. This caused the Yensang kingdom to curse in front of all the officials. But in the end, when he saw the emissary's analysis of the pros and cons in the letter, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree to give the Qianyuan kingdom 200,000 sets of brand new Demon King level equipment. And the other three kingdoms also started to prepare the equipment after they were done with their outbursts. After all, they still wanted to save face. Moreover, their emissaries were still in the Qianyuan kingdom and had not returned. If they said that they didn't care about their emissaries' lives for the sake of the equipment, they would definitely be scolded to death. Moreover, Yi Hao didn't force him to take these equipment. It was these kingdoms who took the initiative to give it to Yi Hao. Therefore, even if they knew that they had been cheated, Yi Hao had the absolute right to cheat them. And although they had been cheated, they didn't have the slightest bit of reason. After all, at this time, they didn't understand the relationship between the Qianyuan kingdom and Elder Hu's faction. They couldn't do anything to Yi Hao. Therefore, they had to bite the bullet and swallow their pride. If they were given a chance to choose again, they definitely wouldn't be so cheap as to send people to humiliate the Qianyuan kingdom. But in the end, they didn't humiliate the Qianyuan kingdom. Instead, they lost so much equipment. Of course, they were considered lucky. The angriest was the Liyun kingdom. Although the other kingdoms had been cheated. After all, at this time, they didn't understand the relationship between the Qianyuan kingdom and Elder Hu's faction. They couldn't do anything to Yi Hao. Therefore, they had to bite the bullet and swallow their pride. If they were given a chance to choose again, they definitely wouldn't be so cheap as to send people to humiliate the Qianyuan kingdom. But in the end, they didn't humiliate the Qianyuan kingdom. Instead, they lost so much equipment. Of course, they were considered lucky. The angriest was the Liyun kingdom. Although, after all, at this time, they didn't understand the relationship between the Qianyuan kingdom and Elder Hu's faction. They couldn't do anything to Yi Hao. Therefore, they had to bite the bullet and swallow their pride. If they were given a chance to choose again, they definitely wouldn't be so cheap as to send people to humiliate the Qianyuan kingdom. But in the end, they didn't humiliate the Qianyuan kingdom. Instead, they lost so much equipment. Of course, they were considered lucky. The angriest was the Liyun kingdom. Although the other kingdoms had been cheated. The other kingdoms had been cheated. After all, at this time, they didn't understand the relationship between the Qianyuan kingdom and Elder Hu's faction. They couldn't do anything to Yi Hao. Therefore, they had to bite the bullet and swallow their pride. If they were given a chance to choose again, they definitely wouldn't be so cheap as to send people to humiliate the Qianyuan kingdom. But in the end, they didn't humiliate the Qianyuan kingdom. Instead, they lost so much equipment. Of course, they were considered lucky. The angriest was the Liuyun kingdom. Although the other kingdoms had been cheated. Of course, they were considered lucky. The angriest was the Liuyun kingdom. Chapter 10:14. Destroy the Qianyuan kingdom? Hearing the suggestions of the civil and military officials, the Liuyun emperor hesitated. After all, starting a war was not a small matter. Once the war started, the entire country's resources would be greatly depleted. By then, the entire country's machinery would be in operation. As the saying goes, if you hurt the enemy, you would lose 800 of your own men. The current Liuyun kingdom had indeed grown a lot compared to before, and so did its military. However, once the war started, the military would also suffer losses. However, if the war did not start, the Liuyun emperor would not be able to swallow his anger. Moreover, after the war started, he would have to be careful when dealing with the neighboring countries. After all, when the snipe and the clam fought, the fishermen would benefit. Who knew if another country would suddenly step forward to take advantage of the situation when the war between the Liuyun kingdom and the Qianyuan kingdom was in full swing? Let the 5 marshals, Zhong, Wang, Zhao, Hong, and Sun, lead the entire army to attack the Qianyuan kingdom. The Liuyun emperor thought for a moment and decided to deploy 5 million soldiers to attack the Qianyuan kingdom. One must know that this huge army was 1/3 of the Liuyun kingdom's strength. Furthermore, his 5 legions were definitely powerful in terms of combat power. As the saying goes, soldiers are trained for 1,000 days to be used in a single moment. The Liuyun kingdom had been quiet for so long. It was time to let the world know that the Liuyun kingdom was not to be trifled with. Therefore, in this war, he wanted to show the glory of the Liuyun kingdom. Your Majesty is wise. Seeing that the Liuyun emperor was really going to watch the war, many of the generals present had excited looks on their faces. After all, as soldiers, they had not been on the battlefield for so long. They were already itching for a fight. Soon, the news that the Liuyun kingdom was going to start a war with the Qianyuan kingdom spread throughout the world. All the countries and forces were also shocked. Obviously, none of the forces had expected the Liuyun kingdom to be so hot-tempered. They actually wanted to watch the war. Many of the countries and forces were ready to laugh at the Qianyuan kingdom. After all, Yi Hao had just ascended the throne and was about to start a war. If Yi Hao lost this war, he would become the laughingstock of the world. Of course, more people were waiting to watch the tigers fight. In the Qianyuan palace, Emperor Qianyuan looked at Yi Hao and said, "You are really bold." But his tone was full of joy. When he found out that Yi Hao had crippled the envoy of the Liuyun kingdom during the coronation ceremony, he was shocked. Later on, when they heard that Yi Hao had actually scammed the 4 kingdoms for 75 pieces of equipment, they were even more shocked. He understood everything that had happened in the imperial court and immediately felt that he had vented his anger. After all, as an envoy, not only did he not bring any gifts to Qianyuan kingdom, he even wanted to humiliate Qianyuan kingdom. At the same time, Emperor Qianyuan was secretly glad that he had handed the Qianyuan kingdom to Yi Hao. Otherwise, just like what happened in the imperial court, not to mention the princesses, even he would have to endure the humiliation today. Not to mention, he even got 75 sets of brand new Demon King level equipment. Emperor Qianyuan was especially pleased when he heard that Yi Hao had cheated the Yensong kingdom of 200,000 pieces of equipment. The huge rock that had been weighing on his heart for many years was finally lifted. After all, he had spent a lot of resources to forge 100,000 pieces of Demon King level equipment in order to build an elite army. But who would have thought that after spending a few years of cultivation, the equipment would be completed. When he wanted to transport it back to the imperial city for use, the whole batch of equipment was snatched away, and not a single piece was left. Later on, he found out that it was the Yensong kingdom who had done it. But even if it was the Yensong kingdom who had done it, he could not do anything to them. Although so many years had passed, he had never mentioned this matter. But this matter had always been in the depths of his heart. Sometimes, he would even dream of doing it. He really wanted to take revenge even in his dreams. But he knew the gap between the Tianyuan kingdom and the Yensong kingdom. It was almost impossible for him to take revenge in this lifetime. But how could he have known that Yi Hao would help him take revenge so quickly? Not only did he get back the 100,000 sets of equipment, but he also got back an additional 100,000 sets of equipment with interest. Just this alone made him admire Yi Hao very much. After all, Yi Hao actually did something that he could not do. At this moment, he could imagine how furious the Yensong emperor would be if he knew that he had lost 200,000 pieces of equipment. This also allowed him to vent his resentment. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. At this moment, the eunuch's voice came from outside the main hall. Hearing the eunuch's anxious voice, Yi Hao frowned immediately and asked, "What's the matter?" Hearing Yi Hao's cold voice, the eunuch did not dare to be too rash. The eunuch hurriedly handed a letter to Yi Hao respectfully. Seeing the letter handed over by the eunuch, Yi Hao opened it and read it. After reading it, Yi Hao was stunned, then he sneered. Obviously, Yi Hao did not expect that the Yensong kingdom would really declare war on him. However, they only sent 5 million soldiers. How much did they look down on him? Emperor Tianyuan also saw the change in Yi Hao's expression, but he did not take the initiative to say anything. After all, Yi Hao was now the emperor of the Tianyuan kingdom. He still had to give him some face. "Old man, take a look." After reading it, Yi Hao directly handed the letter to Emperor Tianyuan. Seeing the letter handed over by Yi Hao, Emperor Tianyuan hesitated for a moment, but still took it. This was because, in his opinion, this was Yi Hao's kingdom, and he should completely let go. However, seeing Yi Hao's expression just now, Emperor Tianyuan was very curious about what was written in the letter. However, when he took the letter and read it, Emperor Tianyuan's expression suddenly changed. "The Liuyun kingdom actually sent 5 million soldiers to attack us." Yi Hao saw that Emperor Tianyuan's face was actually flustered and worried. "Don't worry, old man. It's only 5 million soldiers," Yi Hao said nonchalantly. Yi Hao said nonchalantly, "Didn't the Duan kingdom have 10 million soldiers? In the end, they were still annihilated by me." Hearing Yi Hao's words, Emperor Tianyuan immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did he remember that the Tianyuan kingdom was no longer the Tianyuan kingdom of the past. "How are you going to deal with this?" Emperor Tianyuan asked Yi Hao. "How else can I deal with it? If they dare to come, I dare not let them return." Yi Hao's tone was full of confidence. Bang, rumble. At that moment, a series of rumbling sounds were heard. A powerful killing intent wreaked havoc above the Tianyuan palace. Chapter 10:15. After waiting for so long, they are finally here. Yi Hao sneered when he heard the commotion outside. "They are finally here? Who is it?" Emperor Tianyuan was confused when he heard Yi Hao's words. "Old man, come with me and you will know," Yi Hao said with a smile when he saw Emperor Tianyuan's confused expression. When the two of them left the main hall, the guards in the palace were already in a mess. All the soldiers were rushing towards the main entrance of the palace. "Your Majesty, something bad has happened. There is an elite trying to break into the Tianyuan palace," a general reported anxiously when he saw Yi Hao. "Let's go and take a look." Yi Hao was not surprised when he heard the general's report. He walked towards the main entrance. "No, Your Majesty. The main entrance is dangerous," the general said anxiously when he saw Yi Hao walking towards the main entrance. "It's all right." Yi Hao waved his hand casually. "What's going on? It seems like someone is attacking the Tianyuan palace." "What? Is there such a good thing? Quick, don't miss the show. Let's go and take a look." Yi Hao had no intention of letting these envoys go as the equipment had not yet been transported to the Tianyuan palace. Therefore, these envoys had been imprisoned in the Tianyuan palace. Of course, they were imprisoned, but their freedom was not restricted. They were just not allowed to leave the palace. They were still able to move freely within the palace. When they heard that someone was attacking the Tianyuan palace, they were all excited. Obviously, they were very happy that someone was causing trouble for the Tianyuan kingdom. Fifth highest elder, should we attack directly? At the main entrance of the Qianyuan Palace, there were more than 1,000 people following behind Hong Wudao. These people were filled with murderous intent. An elder asked respectfully as he looked at Hong Wudao. Shout for the Emperor of Qianyuan to come out. Otherwise, I will slaughter the entire Qianyuan Palace. Hong Wudao was filled with murderous intent. Yes, Your Majesty. The elder immediately ordered his men to carry out Hong Wudao's order. Who are these people? It looks so powerful. From the looks of it, it seems like they are going to attack the Qianyuan Imperial Palace. It can't be, right? How long has it been since the new emperor of Qianyuan ascended the throne? Someone is already attacking the palace. Judging from your attire, you seem to be from the Black Sword sect. By the way, I heard that the new emperor of Qianyuan killed Hong Wudao's grandson a few days ago in the abdication hall. I guess Hong Wudao is here for revenge. What? Killing Hong Wudao's grandson, isn't this new emperor courting death? That's right. Look at the one in front. He's emitting a strong killing intent. He's probably Hong Wudao. Oh my god, Hong Wudao hasn't made a move for so long. Now that he's here, the new emperor of Qianyuan is finished. He only has himself to blame. Of all the people he could have provoked, he chose to provoke Hong Wudao. Many people noticed what was happening at the main gate of Qianyuan Palace. Many people from different forces had gathered around Qianyuan Royal Palace and were discussing among themselves. However, it was clear from their tone that these people had heard of Hong Wudao's name, so they all looked down on Yi Hao. They believed that Yi Hao was doomed this time. They were all waiting to see Yi Hao make a fool of himself. What do you think will happen when the new emperor of Qianyuan is killed at the main gate? Haha, that would be hilarious. Then I guess Qianyuan Kingdom is not far from being destroyed. That's nothing. I think the new emperor of Qianyuan will be the most miserable emperor in history. Suddenly, everyone started mocking Yi Hao and Qianyuan Kingdom again. What should we do? The enemy looks so strong. I don't think I'm a match for the old man leading them. That old man's aura is too terrifying. If there's no other way, we'll fight it out with them. At the main gate, Sun Shangxiang, Zhao Yun, Ran Minute, and Zhao Zilong said worriedly. Guan Yu's face was also solemn. He said, I'll hold them off for a while. You guys hurry up and take His Majesty out of the imperial city. This. Sun Shangxiang and the others were shocked when they heard Guan Yu's words. Don't hesitate. We are no match for these people. Nothing must happen to His Majesty, Guan Yu said solemnly. Obviously, Guan Yu also felt helpless when he sensed Hong Wudao's aura. After all, they were only at level 1 Atman body realm, while Hong Wudao was at level 8 Atman body realm. If it was only a difference of 1 or 2 levels, they might have a chance to win if they fought with all their might. However, the difference was too big. It was not something that could be made up by fighting with all their might. Listen up, you bastards in Qianyuan Palace. If you don't get your dog emperor out, my Black Sword sect will massacre Qianyuan Royal City. At this moment, an extremely arrogant voice exploded in the sky of Sky Origin Imperial City. Ah, what should we do? They are going to massacre the city. Doesn't that mean we're doomed? Look at how powerful they are. Even His Majesty is no match for them. His Majesty hasn't come out yet. Could he have run away? If His Majesty has run away, then we are all dead meat. The sky above Qianyuan Royal City was filled with a fearful atmosphere. Countless citizens of Qianyuan panicked when they heard that the Black Sword sect was going to massacre the city. The entire Qianyuan Royal City was filled with fearful and noisy discussions. Why don't we run away? Yeah, I don't think we want to die. We are citizens of Qianyuan Kingdom. How can we run away when our country is in danger? Don't be silly. Maybe His Majesty has run away. If we stay here, we will only be waiting for our deaths. Yeah, even His Majesty is not strong enough. The other party is the Black Sword sect. We are nothing in front of them. At this moment, countless citizens of Qianyuan had the thought of running away because of the fear in their hearts. Hong Wudao's sense of hearing was naturally very sharp. He immediately heard the thoughts of the people who wanted to escape. He sneered in his heart, Run? Do you think you can run away? I want the entire Tianyuan kingdom to be buried with my grandson. Blood will flow in Tianyuan kingdom and no one will be spared. When Hong Wudao came to Tianyuan kingdom, he had already planned to massacre the entire Tianyuan kingdom. However, he wanted to capture Yi Hao first. He wanted Yi Hao to suffer a fate worse than death. He wanted Yi Hao to see how Tianyuan kingdom was going to be destroyed. Chapter 10:16. What? His Majesty is here. Did His Majesty not run away? I didn't expect His Majesty to not abandon us at such a critical moment. Hearing the shouts from within the imperial city, countless citizens immediately became excited. Tempage, a bunch of idiots. So what if he didn't run away? He's just courting death. That's right. Do you think Yi Hao can defeat the Black Sword sect? I didn't expect Yi Hao to be such an idiot. He actually walked right into the trap. Now that he has fallen into Hong Wudao's hands, he will die even faster. Haha, Tianyuan kingdom is such a joke. The new emperor has just ascended the throne and the kingdom is about to be destroyed. The onlookers from the other forces were stunned when they heard Yi Hao's appearance. Then, they all laughed at him. In their eyes, Hong Wudao was too powerful. The Black Sword sect was too powerful. Yi Hao's Tianyuan kingdom was no match for Hong Wudao. Now that Yi Hao had stepped forward, in their eyes, he was simply courting death. Oh no, why is His Majesty here? Hearing the shouts behind them, Guan Yu and the others' expressions changed instantly. Their faces turned ashen. Ha ha ha, this bastard is not afraid of death. Hong Wudao burst into laughter when he heard Yi Hao. Your Majesty. Seeing Yi Hao, Guan Yu wanted to speak with concern. Millimeter. Yi Hao nodded slightly and stopped Guan Yu from speaking. Then, he walked up to the city wall. Long live His Majesty. Seeing Yi Hao on the city wall, countless citizens immediately knelt down and cheered for him. Rise. Yi Hao waved his sleeves and signaled for everyone to stand up. Tempage, a man who is about to die. How arrogant. Let him show off. He won't be able to do so in the future. Look at the faces of the generals behind him. They don't look confident. How ridiculous. How dare he show off when he's not strong enough? Many of the people from the other forces saw Yi Hao and immediately laughed mockingly. Bastard, you are the one who killed my grandson. Seeing Yi Hao, Hong Wudao's eyes turned cold and his killing intent became more intense. In an instant, the people from the Black Sword sect who were standing beside Hong Wudao couldn't resist Hong Wudao's aura and took a few steps back. I have killed a lot of grandsons. Which grandsons are you talking about? Yi Hao was not afraid of Hong Wudao's anger. Instead, he asked with a faint smile. This guy is crazy. How dare he be so arrogant at this time? The way I see it, this brat truly doesn't know how to spell the word death. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the spectators from all the forces were in an uproar. Their eyes were filled with shock as they looked at Yi Hao. Preposterous. This dog is too arrogant. Fifth Supreme Elder, what's there to say to such a reckless dog? Just kill him. Fifth Elder, please give the order. We will slaughter this imperial city. This is simply looking down on us. The people behind the Fifth Supreme Elder were instantly enraged when they heard Yi Hao's words. As for the generals behind Yi Hao, although they did not say anything, their faces were filled with shock. At the same time, their eyes were filled with astonishment. They didn't expect Yi Hao to continue provoking Hong Wudao at this time. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Hong Wudao's eyes turned gloomier. All of you, listen to my orders. Hong Wudao's furious roar rang out. It was obvious that Hong Wudao was infuriated at the moment. Almost no one dared to provoke Hong Wudao like this. However, Yi Hao did it. At this moment, Hong Wudao's heart was burning with rage. Only by bathing the Tianyuan kingdom in blood could he vent his anger. Yes. Hearing Hong Wudao's words, the elders and disciples behind him responded immediately. Slaughter this palace for me. Other than that dog, don't leave a single living thing behind. Hong Wudao ordered everyone. He asked them to leave Yi Hao alive because he wanted to torture Yi Hao. He wanted Yi Hao to know what it meant to beg for death. Don't. Fifth Elder, please spare our lives. We are not from Qianyuan Kingdom. Fifth Elder, please calm down. Just as Hong Wudao finished his words, the four envoys stepped forward and said anxiously, Your Majesty, I will kill these bastards. Even if I die, I will make them suffer. Seeing the four envoys running out and looking at Hong Wudao respectfully, Guan Yu shouted angrily, Who are you? Seeing the four envoys, Hong Wudao looked at them with disdain. Obviously, he didn't think much of them. If it weren't for the fact that they were wearing different uniforms, Hong Wudao wouldn't have bothered with them. Fifth Elder, I am the envoys of Yensang Kingdom. Fifth Elder, I am the envoys of Lansang Kingdom. Fifth Elder, I am the envoys of Daming Kingdom. Fifth Elder, I am the envoys of Yufeng Kingdom. The four envoys bowed respectfully to Hong Wudao. They didn't even try to hide their flattery. What are you doing here? Hong Wudao didn't pay much attention to the identities of the four envoys. Hearing Hong Wudao's words, the four envoys didn't know what to say. After all, even a fool could see that Hong Wudao was here to destroy Qianyuan Kingdom. If Hong Wudao knew that they were here to deliver gifts to Qianyuan Kingdom, he might kill them in a fit of anger. Therefore, at this critical moment, they had to cut ties with Qianyuan Kingdom. Otherwise, they might get into trouble. After thinking for a while, they looked at each other as if they had decided on something. Fifth Elder, we came to Qianyuan Kingdom to find out the strength of Qianyuan Kingdom. That's right, Fifth Elder. That's right. Fifth Elder, you have to believe us. We have nothing to do with Qianyuan Kingdom. Fifth Supreme Elder, please investigate this matter. The four envoys said one after another. These 4B** stards don't know what's good for them. Hearing what the four envoys said, many officials behind Yi Hao were furious. Emperor Qianyuan frowned. However, he wasn't surprised. Apparently, he had expected the four envoys to do this. Yi Hao, on the other hand, burst out laughing upon seeing this. Is that so? Fifth Elder looked at the four envoys and asked meaningfully. Chapter 10:17. But why did I hear that the four great kingdoms have given a lot of gifts to that bastard? Hong Wudao's voice suddenly deepened and his eyes were cold. What kind of person was he? How could they hide it from him? Along the way, he had heard that the four great kingdoms had given Yi Hao 750,000 sets of equipment. When he heard the news, he was furious. Gulp. Hearing Hong Wudao's words and feeling the coldness from Hong Wudao, the four ambassadors shivered. The four messengers suddenly felt a chill run down their spines. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. None of them dared to look at the fifth highest elder. They swallowed their saliva involuntarily. What? Are you trying to deceive me? Hong Wudao's aura suppressed the four ambassadors. Plop. The four ambassadors fell to their knees and were drenched in cold sweat. Fifth highest elder, you misunderstood us. We were forced by that bastard. That's right. Fifth highest elder, if we don't listen to that bastard, he won't let us leave. Look, he hasn't let us leave yet. We were really forced. Actually, in our hearts, we don't want to give the Qianyuan Kingdom equipment. At this moment, the four ambassadors were afraid that the fifth highest elder would attack them in a fit of anger. Therefore, for their own safety, they couldn't care less. Compared to Yi Hao, they were more afraid of the fifth highest elder. Moreover, they thought that with the fifth highest elder around, Yi Hao wouldn't live for long. Therefore, they were not afraid of Yi Hao at all. You four bastards, how dare you insult His Majesty? You are courting death. The four of you sincerely want to fight with me. Your Majesty, let Shongxiong kill these four bastards. Leaving these four bastards alive will pollute the land of the Qianyuan Kingdom. If I had known earlier, I would have shot them to death from the very beginning. Hearing that the four ambassadors dared to call Yi Hao a bastard, Guan Yu, Sun Shangxiang and the rest were furious. Fifth Supreme Elder, look, this is how they threatened us from the start. That's right. Fifth Supreme Elder, please uphold justice for us. At that time, we all saw the scene of young Master Qingyun being killed. It was incomparably miserable. When young Master Qingyun mentioned you, fifth Supreme Elder, that bastard was indifferent and even tried to kill young Master Qingyun. At that time, I could see that young Master Qingyun's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Fifth Supreme Elder, that's because young Master Qingyun can't bear to part with you. He can't bear to die. The four emissaries were really afraid that Guan Yu and the others would attack them. Therefore, they tried to provoke Hong Wudao as they spoke. Because in their opinion, as long as Hong Qingyun was mentioned, Hong Wudao would definitely be enraged. At that time, Hong Wudao would vent his anger on Yi Hao, and they would naturally be safe. As expected, when the four envoys mentioned Hong Qingyun, Hong Wudao's eyes instantly reddened and became bloodshot, giving him a terrifying appearance. Bastard, I want you dead. Hong Wudao glared at Yi Hao fiercely. His low and hoarse voice sounded like it came from a demon in the Nine Serenities hell. Phew, when the emissaries saw that they had successfully diverted Hong Wudao's attention, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief and looked delighted. These people are really ruthless. They have angered Hong Wudao in such a short time. Hong Qingyun's death is definitely Hong Wudao's fault. It would be strange if Hong Wudao is not angry after hearing what the four of them said. Do you feel Hong Wudao's aura? It's really terrifying. Hong Wudao has been famous for a long time. He is also the fifth Supreme Elder of the Black Sword sect. His strength is definitely not a bluff. It seems like Hong Wudao is going to attack. Let's get away quickly so that we don't get hurt later. I think the Qianyuan Palace will be turned into ruins in an instant under Hong Wudao's attack. Many of the forces were watching and discussing at this moment. At this moment, Hong Wudao waved his hand and ordered, "Kill, stop." As soon as Hong Wudao's voice fell, a voice was heard. Hearing this voice, Hong Wudao immediately frowned. He was obviously surprised that there was someone who dared to stop him at this moment. As for the rest, when they heard this voice, they immediately looked in the direction of the voice. It's actually Hu Lai. Why is he here? Seeing who it was, everyone's eyes were shocked. Obviously, Elder Hu's reputation in the Qianyuan Imperial City was very high. As soon as Elder Hu appeared, many people immediately recognized his identity. However, the people were more curious about why Elder Hu was here and why he dared to stop Hong Wudao. Why is he here? After seeing Elder Hu, Emperor Qianyuan was also stunned. After all, as the Emperor of the Qianyuan Imperial City, he was naturally very familiar with Elder Hu. Because of Elder Hu's identity as an alchemist and the forces behind him, even he had to be courteous to Elder Hu. Who are you? Seeing Elder Hu suddenly appear, Hong Wudao frowned and asked. I am Hu Danzong, the chief deacon of the Qianyuan headquarters, Hu Suo. Elder Hu looked at Hong Wudao and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Hearing Elder Hu's identity, Hong Wudao immediately frowned. He didn't expect that Elder Hu's identity was actually Hu Danzong's man. He was actually a chief deacon, which meant that all the Hu Danzong forces in the entire Qianyuan Imperial City were under his control. Such an identity was considered a top figure even in the Hu Danzong. This was because such a person's status had already surpassed that of an elder. As long as he didn't make any mistakes, there was a very high chance that he would become Hu Danzong's supreme elder. Although Hu Danzong's strength wasn't as great as the Black Sword sects, in terms of influence, it couldn't be underestimated. After all, no matter which alchemy sect it was, they knew many forces. This was because no matter which sect it was, they all needed elixirs. Although the Black Sword sect didn't have any connection with Hu Danzong, he didn't want to offend Hu Danzong. Therefore, Hong Wudao's attitude towards Elder Hu also became gentler. I wonder what Chief Deacon Hu is here for? For a person. Elder Hu said. Who? When Hong Wudao heard Elder Hu's words, his eyes immediately narrowed. It was obvious that he had guessed something. However, Hong Wudao wasn't in a hurry to get angry. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Elder Hu, waiting for him to speak. However, Hong Wudao's eyes revealed a cold light. The threat he was looking at Elder Hu was self-evident. Chapter 10:18. Looking at where Elder Hu was pointing, Hong Wudao was furious. You're making fun of me. At this moment, Hong Wudao's murderous intent surged again, because Elder Hu was referring to Yi Hao. Hong Wudao's purpose of coming here was to torture Yi Hao and make Yi Hao suffer a fate worse than death. However, Elder Hu came out and stopped him directly. Hong Wudao was already giving Elder Hu face by not getting angry. But who would have thought that Elder Hu would want to stop Hong Wudao from killing Yi Hao? This was simply wishful thinking. Even if Elder Hu's status was extraordinary, he was the 5th supreme elder of the Black Sword sect. How could his status be low? If Hong Wudao really angered him, why would he care about Elder Hu's status? Because even if the Grand Supreme Elder of the Black Sword sect was here, he would not be able to stop Hong Wudao. Not to mention that Elder Hu's status had not reached the Grand Supreme Elder level. Oh my god, what does Elder Hu mean? Is he trying to save Yi Hao? That's not right. I haven't heard of Elder Hu. What's his relationship with the Tianyuan royal family? What's Yi Hao's identity? How could Elder Hu help him? This is getting more and more interesting. At this moment, the crowd from the other factions were all discussing with shocked expressions. Obviously, they did not expect Elder Hu to appear here because of Yi Hao. Even Emperor Tianyuan could not help but look at Yi Hao in shock. He could not help but think, how did this kid do it? If it were not for the large number of people here, he would have asked Yi Hao immediately. Because he had heard that Elder Hu and the other alchemists had given Yi Hao more than 1,000,000 elixirs, which had already shocked him. But before he could ask, Hong Wudao came to look for him. At first, he thought that there was some kind of deal between Yi Hao and the alchemists. But now, he directly overturned this idea. After all, what kind of deal could make Elder Hu stand out at such a critical moment to protect Yi Hao? If this enemy was someone else, it would be fine. But this was the 5th supreme elder of the Black Sword sect, Hong Wudao. Putting aside his strength, just based on his status alone, Hong Wudao's status was definitely higher than Old Hu's. However, even in such a situation, Elder Hu was not afraid of danger and stood out to stop Hong Wudao. How would I dare to make fun of you? Seeing Hong Wudao's ferocious look, Elder Hu also smiled. Then you said you wanted to save him? Hong Wudao's body was filled with killing intent as he pointed at Yi Hao. That's right. Elder Hu nodded. Hua. Seeing Elder Hu nod his head, there was an uproar below. Everyone was boiling. I didn't expect that Elder Hu was really here to save Yi Hao. What's so good about that Yi Hao? Why did Elder Hu save him? Save? They had to be able to save him. Do you think that the dignified 5th elder of the Black Sword sect would give up on killing his enemy just because of Hu Danzong? That's right. 5th elder doesn't need to care about Elder Hu at all. He can kill Yi Hao directly. Hu Danzong can't do anything about it. Of course. After all, if Yi Hao is killed, Hu Danzong can't avenge Yi Hao, unless he's one of Hu Danzong's men. That's absolutely impossible. If he's one of Hu Danzong's men, how could he become the emperor of Tianyuan Kingdom? I'm going to kill this guy. Do you think you can stop me? I'm giving you face, Hu Danzong. That's why I said so much to you. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly. At this moment, Hong Wudao's tone was not as friendly as before. After all, Yi Hao was the one who killed his grandson. He hated Yi Hao to the core. Therefore, not to mention Elder Hu, even if the Grand Elder of Hu Danzong was here, he would kill Yi Hao without hesitation. He did not believe that Hu Danzong would be his enemy for Yi Hao. Moreover, in order to kill Yi Hao, even if he had to be Hu Danzong's enemy, so what? Hong Wudao was not afraid at all. Therefore, Hong Wudao directly ordered Elder Hu to leave. If Elder Hu wanted to protect anyone present, besides Yi Hao, he might consider giving Hu Danzong some face. However, Elder Hu had said that he wanted to protect Yi Hao. There was no room for discussion. Otherwise, if word got out, people would think that Hong Wudao was afraid of Hu Danzong. 5th highest elder, are you not giving me, Hu Danzong, any face? Elder Hu smiled indifferently as he looked at the 5th highest elder. Kill him. Hong Wudao completely ignored Elder Hu's words. Stop right there. Just as the elders and disciples of the Black Sword sect were about to attack again, a voice stopped them once more. Who's there? Hong Wudao was furious that he had been stopped again. He looked furiously at the crowd. There was a commotion in the crowd and more than a dozen people walked out. Among these people, there were middle-aged and elderly people. I am White Child Alchemy Sect, the Chief Deacon of the Qianyuan Kingdom, Yu Jiming. I am Golden Pill Sect, the Chief Deacon of the Qianyuan Kingdom, Dai Kangsheng. I am Xuanshuang Alchemy Sect, the Chief Deacon of the Qianyuan Kingdom, Hong Xiangqi. I am Three Fire Alchemy Sect, the Chief Deacon of the Qianyuan Kingdom, Yang Mingyuan. The people who had come looked at Hong Wudao and revealed their identities. Greetings, Your Majesty of the Qianyuan Kingdom. After everyone reported their identities, they bowed to Yi Hao in unison. There was no need to mention the purpose of these people. Just by looking at their salutes, one could tell that they were here for Yi Hao. Seeing these people bow to Yi Hao, Hong Wudao's face immediately turned gloomy. Many of these people's sects were not as good as Hudanzong's. If they weren't alchemy sects, Hong Wudao wouldn't be afraid at all. However, these people were all from alchemy sects. If they joined forces, their strength definitely couldn't be underestimated. Hong Wudao couldn't help but wonder. He had investigated Yi Hao's background and couldn't find any power or background at all. Other than having a few good subordinates, there was nothing outstanding about him. Especially in the region of the Yu continent, there were no powers that were on good terms with him. The ancient demon realm was divided into 4 continents, namely the Upper Continent, the Ancient Continent, the Demon Continent, and the Yu continent. Not to mention the other continents, just the alchemy sects in front of him already occupied more than half of the alchemy powers in the Yu continent. Therefore, Hong Wudao still dared to offend 1 or 2 alchemy powers. However, with so many alchemy powers, he really didn't dare to offend them easily. He was helpless and puzzled. Since when did Yi Hao have such a good relationship with these powers? At this moment, all the powers that were watching the scene suddenly boiled over again. None of them could understand why so many alchemy powers had come to stand up for Yi Hao at this moment. I'm not dreaming, right? Is this real or fake? This is too unbelievable. Are these powers really standing up for Yi Hao? Chapter 1019. The fact that Hudanzong stood up for Yi Hao was enough to shock them. However, it was also possible that Yi Hao had a special relationship with Hudanzong. Thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. However, at this moment, so many alchemy grandmasters and chief deacons of the kingdom stood up for Yi Hao. That was abnormal. At this moment, all the spectators from the other factions were confused and shocked. Obviously, they were also very curious about the relationship between Yi Hao and these alchemy grandmasters. Why would so many alchemy grandmasters stand up for Yi Hao? If this was an ordinary opponent, it would be fine. However, this was the Black Sword sect, the 5th elder of the Black Sword sect. As for the panicking citizens of the Qianyuan kingdom, they were all overjoyed at this moment. They had not expected so many alchemy grandmasters to come to the rescue of the Qianyuan kingdom at such a critical moment. It was as if they had seen a glimmer of hope at the last moment of their lives. How could they not be happy? At this moment, all the officials were looking at Yi Hao in shock. They were already shocked when so many alchemy grandmasters gave them so many elixirs in the main hall. At first, they had guessed that Yi Hao might have reached an agreement with the alchemy grandmasters. However, now they were wondering what kind of agreement could make so many alchemy grandmasters and chief deacons of the kingdom stand up to a powerful person like Hong Wudao. After all, this was a matter of offending Hong Wudao and the Black Sword sect. Although Emperor Qianyuan did not say anything, the shock in his eyes was no less than that of anyone present. In fact, not to mention these people, even Yi Hao was stunned by this. This was because he had not expected these people to stand up for him. After all, to be honest, he did not have much of a relationship with these alchemists. In the beginning, he had no choice but to kidnap these people in order to refine elixirs. The only thing that changed their attitude was when he gave them the spiritual herbs. However, when he ascended the throne, the elixirs that these people gave him were many times better than those spiritual herbs. Therefore, the fact that these people were willing to stand up and help him at this moment was definitely not because of the spirit grass. There must be another reason. You all. Seeing so many alchemists standing out, Hong Wudao was so angry that his chest heaved up and down violently. Fifth Supreme Elder, there are too many pill sects here. We shouldn't offend them all at once. Why don't we retreat first and think of another way? That's right. If we were to offend all of these pill sects, it would affect our Black Sword sect. The elders behind Hong Wudao were afraid that Hong Wudao would lose his mind due to his anger, so they all tried to persuade him. It was all because these elders were extremely fearful of so many pill sects. I really don't understand. Where did this dog come from? Who knows? So many alchemy sects are actually siding with him. There must be something wrong with this. The elders were trying to persuade Hong Wudao as they discussed in bewilderment. Originally, they all thought that coming to Chenyuan Kingdom and destroying Chenyuan Kingdom was a piece of cake. When the time came, they could show the world the might of the Black Sword sect and let the world know that the Black Sword sect was not to be trifled with. At the same time, these people were all prepared to kill the enemy in front of Hong Wudao and fight for Hong Wudao's promotion. However, imagination was beautiful, reality was incomparably cruel. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a huge obstacle before the battle had even begun? Hong Wudao did not speak. His blood-red eyes showed a hint of conflict. Clearly, Hong Wudao was struggling in his heart. To be honest, his desire to kill Yi Hao was absolutely unshakable. However, facing the obstruction of so many pill sects, he had no choice but to consider the Black Sword sect. However, if he couldn't kill Yi Hao, he would feel indignant. After all, his only bloodline, his only grandson, had been killed by Yi Hao. This was like cutting off his lifeblood and cutting off his heart. Moreover, Hong Qingyun wasn't the only one who had died. Hong Yuhe was also his beloved foster son. Moreover, the people that Hong Yuhe had brought with him at the time were basically his disciples and grand-disciples. Yi Hao had killed his grandson, his adopted son, and even his disciples and grand-disciples. This was a blood feud that ran as deep as the ocean. Now, the enemy was right in front of him. He could kill him with a wave of his hand. In the end, he was told to leave and not touch Yi Hao. How could he accept this? Moreover, there were so many people looking at him in front of so many people. No matter what, he had come with great momentum. If he left pathetically without killing Yi Hao, wouldn't he be mocked by the world? At that time, everyone would think that he, Hong Wudao, was afraid of Yi Hao and these pill sects. Wouldn't he become a laughingstock? However, he also knew that if he ignored the obstruction of these pill masters and insisted on killing Yi Hao, no one would be able to stop him. In fact, he wasn't sure how Yi Hao was related to these pill sects. If Yi Hao was really on good terms with these pill sects, if he killed Yi Hao, the Black Sword sect wouldn't have an easy time either. At this moment, Hong Wudao wished that he wasn't a member of the Black Sword sect. That way, he could leave without any worries after killing Yi Hao. But now, even if he killed Yi Hao, the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't. Therefore, Hong Wudao's mind was in a mess. All sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. Hong Wudao was also analyzing the pros and cons. He was trying to decide if he should make a move on Yi Hao. Hong Wudao thought for a long time. His gaze swept across Elder Hu and the others. He realized that Elder Hu and the others were also looking at him with determined eyes. This made him feel even more uncertain. Hong Wudao looked at the elders beside him and realized that they were all looking at him anxiously. Clearly, they wanted him to consider the bigger picture. At this moment, all the onlookers were also staring at Hong Wudao. This was because whether they could fight or not depended entirely on Hong Wudao. The officials behind Yi Hao were also very nervous. Clearly, they were hoping that Hong Wudao would give up on attacking. This was because they didn't have the slightest bit of confidence in facing Hong Wudao. Guan Yu and the others were also very serious at this moment. They looked like they were ready to fight to the death at any time. Disciple, what do you think? Suddenly, Hong Wudao looked at an elder beside him and asked. That elder was naturally Hong Wudao's disciple. Therefore, this elder understood Hong Wudao's thoughts very well. He knew that Hong Wudao was wavering and wanted him to give him a way out. Chapter 1020. If Hong Wudao really wanted to kill Yi Hao, they would not be able to stop him. However, this would offend all the alchemy sects present. Therefore, when they saw that Hong Wudao had changed his mind about killing Yi Hao, the elders were naturally filled with joy. Master, the chief deacons are pleading for mercy today. I think we should be magnanimous and give them some face. Since Hong Wudao wanted a way out, he, as his disciple, naturally had to give him a way out. Hong Wudao pretended to think for a moment and looked at Elder Hu and the others with a troubled expression. I'll give you some face and not kill this bastard. What? Hong Wudao is really scared. Hong Wudao is not going to kill Yi Hao. He is not going to take revenge for such a big grudge. Many onlookers were surprised when they heard Hong Wudao's words. After all, Hong Wudao had come with great force. Now that he was looking for a way out, many people despised him. Hong Wudao was not stupid. Naturally, he also felt that the atmosphere around him was not right. To be honest, not to mention others, Hong Wudao was also embarrassed. After all, he was the fifth supreme elder of the Black Sword sect. He was only here to take revenge. But now, he was forced to the point where he could not even take revenge. Was there anything more humiliating than this in the world? If today's matter was spread out, the world would definitely laugh at him, Hong Wudao, for being a coward. Hong Wudao's eyes flashed coldly. He would not allow himself to become a joke. Therefore, even if he did not kill Yi Hao, he would not let Yi Hao have an easy time. It's fine if I don't kill Yi Hao. However, if I kill the rest, you won't care anymore, right? Hong Wudao said in a deep voice and looked coldly at Elder Hu and the others. Hong Wudao wanted to save face. He did not kill Yi Hao. In his opinion, he had already given these alchemists enough face. As the saying went, face was given to each other. He had already given face to Elder Hu and the others. Logically speaking, if Elder Hu and the others were sensible, they should also give him face. Otherwise, how could they let him off the stage? This. Elder Hu and the others hesitated after hearing Hong Wudao's words. Obviously, they could also see that Hong Wudao had already crossed Hong Wudao's bottom line by sparing Yi Hao's life. If they continued to block Hong Wudao and prevent him from killing others, Hong Wudao would explode directly. At that time, he might not be able to control Hong Wudao. But they had already stepped in, and only Yi Hao was saved. It didn't seem like a big deal. You dog, consider yourself lucky today. I won't kill you first. However, I'm going to kill your subordinates. I'm going to let you watch your subordinates die with your own eyes. You won't be able to do anything about it. You have to experience that kind of pain. Ha 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 ha. Hong Wudao obviously didn't care about the hesitation of Elder Hu and the others. After he finished speaking, he laughed loudly. Although Hong Wudao was laughing, the crowd could feel chills running down their spines. Old dog, do you really think you're capable? You're just like that grandson of yours, thinking too highly of yourself. Even if you don't kill me, do you think you can kill me? Yi Hao said directly after hearing Hong Wudao's words. His imposing manner exploded in the crowd. When the rest of the crowd heard Yi Hao's words, all of them instantly widened their eyes. Obviously, they didn't expect Yi Hao to be so arrogant. At this time, he still dared to provoke Hong Wudao. If he wasn't courting death, then what was? Could it be that this kid is crazy? I guess he only dares to say such words because he has Elder Hu and the others. Is he really not afraid of angering Hong Wudao and killing him directly? Look, the murderous intent surging out from Hong Wudao is too terrifying. This Yi Hao is really courting death. I wonder if Hong Wudao can hold himself back this time. The onlookers started to discuss after hearing Yi Hao's words. Obviously, in everyone's opinion, Yi Hao dared to be so arrogant because he had Elder Hu and the others to rely on. If he really angered Hong Wudao, Yi Hao would definitely die. Therefore, at this moment, most people thought that Yi Hao was courting death. At this moment, Old Hu and the others all frowned because they couldn't understand. Yi Hao wasn't a brainless person, right? It wasn't easy for them to scare Hong Wudao into not attacking him, but Yi Hao still dared to provoke Hong Wudao. If he really angered Hong Wudao, they wouldn't be able to stop him. Your Majesty, Why don't you leave with those alchemists first? That's right. At most, we'll fight him to the death. Your Majesty will avenge us. Your Majesty, it's not a wise choice to stay here. Your Majesty, where there's life, there's hope. As long as you're alive, Tianyuan won't be destroyed. We'll rise again one day. Seeing Yi Hao provoking Hong Wudao, the officials hurriedly tried to dissuade him. After all, they couldn't see any hope of defeating Hong Wudao. Therefore, it was better to save Yi Hao's life than this. Your Majesty, why don't you leave with these alchemists? If you stay here, your sacrifice will be in vain. Besides, the officials are right. Where there's life, there's hope. You have to live well. It won't be too late to kill Hong Wudao and avenge us when you rise up. Emperor Tianyuan also tried to dissuade him after the officials tried to dissuade him. There's no need to wait until the future to kill him. I can do it today. Yi Hao smiled confidently. What? Your Majesty, are you scared out of your wits? Your Majesty actually said that he can kill Hong Wudao today. Your Majesty probably doesn't know how powerful Hong Wudao is. Apart from Guan Yu and the others, many officials were shocked when they heard Yi Hao's words. Then, they looked at Yi Hao worriedly. After all, in their opinion, the most powerful people in Tianyuan Kingdom were Guan Yu and the others. However, it was obvious that even if Guan Yu and the others joined forces, they wouldn't be Hong Wudao's match. Therefore, although Yi Hao was the emperor and they were loyal to Yi Hao, they didn't quite believe Yi Hao's words. After all, they hadn't seen anyone who was on par with Hong Wudao until now. Your Majesty, I don't think we're a match for that old man, Guan Yu said as he looked at Yi Hao worriedly. Although he wanted to kill Hong Wudao, he didn't have the strength to do so. Chapter 10:21. You don't have to do anything to kill him. Seeing the worried faces of Guan Yu and the other officials, as well as the looks of disbelief on their faces, Yi Hao waved his hand and said, "We don't have to do anything. Could it be that His Majesty still has experts under him?" Hearing Yi Hao's words, Guan Yu and the others hurriedly asked. "I didn't," Yi Hao said honestly. Everyone was confused when they saw Yi Hao's honest answer. They didn't understand what Yi Hao was trying to do. Killing Hong Wudao without the help of other experts was no longer a fantasy. It was simply a dream. If Yi Hao had said that there was an expert present, then it was very possible that Hong Wudao had been killed. But without experts, how could he kill Hong Wudao? Could he rely on his eyes or the air? Although Yi Hao's voice was soft, it was heard by many people from other forces. When they heard Yi Hao's words, they immediately mocked him loudly. "Ha ha ha, this kid is too good at bragging. This is the biggest joke I've heard in my life. This kid can't even keep his life, but he still dares to say that he can kill Hong Wudao today. The way I see it, this brat is either scared silly or has gone mad. Can't this kid see it? If it weren't for those alchemy grandmasters, he would have been killed by Hong Wudao. He wouldn't have the chance to talk nonsense. Today I finally understand what it means to not die if you don't court death. This kid is the epitome of courting death. Since he said so, I don't believe that Hong Wudao will spare his life. If that's the case, Hong Wudao is just an undeserved reputation. Elder Hu, what should we do now? Why is this brat so blind today? Does he really want to die? I'm also curious about what's going on. No matter how stupid this kid is, he shouldn't be stupid to this extent. Look at Hong Wudao's face. It's so ugly now. This is bad. He has completely infuriated Hong Wudao. I don't think it's going to work even if we continue to suppress him. I don't understand either. What the hell is that brat doing? Hearing Yi Hao's words, Old Hu and the other alchemists started discussing anxiously. This was because they had already noticed that Hong Wudao's face had turned livid as Yi Hao spoke. At this moment, Hong Wudao was incomparably furious. Originally, he had planned to let Yi Hao go. Not killing Yi Hao was an extremely difficult decision for him. Because he knew that if he let Yi Hao go, he would definitely be ridiculed by countless people. But because of those pill sects, because he didn't want to bring trouble to the Black Sword sect, he decided to endure it himself. But he never expected that Yi Hao would still dare to provoke him. He was looking down on him. If he continued to remain indifferent and let Yi Hao off, he would never be able to do it. Not to mention Hong Wudao, even the elders behind Hong Wudao were furious and indignant at this moment. Obviously, in their opinion, Hong Wudao was provoked and they couldn't accept it. It's not that I don't want to give you face, but this bastard is courting death. Hong Wudao's body was filled with killing intent as he glanced at Old Hu and the others. Haha, this bastard should be regretting it now. He's really courting death. Who's to blame? If I were Hong Wudao, I wouldn't be able to stand such provocation either. But that brat is really arrogant. He's really not afraid of death. He didn't even want to live. He even threatened to kill Hong Wudao. Kill Hong Wudao? I think Hong Wudao is the one who should kill him. Arrogance and courting death have to pay the price. But today, he can see the scene of the emperor being killed. It's our fortune. Hearing Hong Wudao's words, the onlookers from the other forces knew that Hong Wudao was going to make a move. At this moment, they all began to discuss. However, their tone was filled with ridicule and disdain for Yi Hao. Obviously, all of them thought highly of Hong Wudao and did not think highly of Yi Hao. Grand Elder. Hearing Hong Wudao's words, Old Hu looked anxious and wanted to stop Hong Wudao. Kill him. I want Tianyuan Kingdom to be bathed in blood. No one can stop me. If you have the ability, fight with me. Hong Wudao's voice exploded between heaven and earth, setting off an unparalleled power. It was also filled with killing intent and his tone was also very firm. Obviously, Hong Wudao had made up his mind to kill Yi Hao. This time, after Hong Wudao finished speaking, a huge saber that was almost 1 meter long suddenly appeared in his hand. The huge saber was also emitting a strong killing intent and bloody aura. Obviously, this saber was extraordinary. Many people had died under it. Break the city gate. Hong Wudao roared and waved the huge saber in his hand. The surrounding spiritual qi was instantly attracted by Hong Wudao. A huge saber shadow that was dozens of meters long instantly appeared on the saber. Gulp. At this moment, countless people could not help but swallow their saliva when they saw Hong Wudao's huge power. Hong Wudao is indeed a saber user. He uses the huge saber to perfection. Heavens! The might of this slash is simply too powerful. I feel that I have no chance of resisting it at all. I think the entire Tianyuan Palace's city wall will be destroyed in an instant. Yi Hao must be regretting now. HMPH, regret? Hong Wudao is really angry now. What's the use of regretting? Therefore, all the onlookers were deeply impressed by Hong Wudao's slash. What should we do now? Seeing this scene, Old Hu and the others did not expect Hong Wudao to attack directly. Although they had a high status, it was because they were alchemists. Their alchemists were indeed good. However, in terms of strength, they were not worth mentioning when compared to Hong Wudao. After all, not to mention Hong Wudao, even Yi Hao's subordinates were no match for Hong Wudao. Otherwise, they would not have been captured by Yi Hao to make elixirs. Therefore, they were very anxious at this moment. However, they did not have the strength to stop Hong Wudao, which made them feel helpless. Your Majesty, back off. You and I swear to protect His Majesty. Seeing the power of Hong Wudao's saber, Guan Yu was also frightened. He estimated that he would be seriously injured even if he did not die under Hong Wudao's saber. This was the gap between their realms, this was the gap between their forces. It's over. It's over. Tianyuan Kingdom is completely over. His Majesty is going to die. How can we survive? This is too powerful. Should we run for our lives? Chapter 1022. Don't panic. Seeing Hong Wudao's attack, Yi Hao didn't panic at all. He was still as calm as ever. Seeing Yi Hao's reaction, the crowd couldn't help but wonder if Yi Hao was really scared out of his wits. How could he remain so calm in such a situation? Although Guan Yu and the others were anxious, after hearing Yi Hao's words, they hesitated for a moment and gave up on attacking. They were behind Yi Hao. It's moving. It's moving. Countless people saw the huge sword in Hong Wudao's hand and the 10-meter-long shadow on the blade. They were so nervous that their hearts almost jumped out of their mouths. At this moment, Hong Wudao's sword was slashing towards the walls of the Tianyuan palace. The soldiers and officials on the walls couldn't help but tremble when they saw this scene. They swallowed their saliva nervously. If it wasn't for Yi Hao, they would have run away already. They might even be forced to kneel on the ground by the powerful aura. Bastard, let's see how arrogant you can be, Hong Wudao sneered in his heart. He believed that his attack would definitely shatter the walls of the Tianyuan palace. 100 Changing Heavenly Gate Formation, activate. Seeing Hong Wudao's attack was about to land, Yi Hao suddenly spoke. 100 Changing Heavenly Gate Formation? What's that? Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone was stunned. Then, their faces turned gloomy. Obviously, they didn't know what Yi Hao was talking about. Obviously, no one thought about the formation. After all, with the strength of the Tianyuan kingdom, even if they had a formation, how could they withstand the attack of a rank 8 Artman body cultivator? If the Tianyuan kingdom really had such a powerful formation, the Tianyuan kingdom wouldn't have fallen to such a state. Moreover, even the 4 kingdoms didn't have a formation that could withstand a rank 8 Artman body cultivator's attack, let alone the Tianyuan kingdom. Therefore, no one thought that the Tianyuan kingdom had such a powerful formation. Naturally, they wouldn't think about the formation. Hong Wudao was the same. He didn't take Yi Hao's words seriously because he was confident in his strength. He didn't believe that Yi Hao had any tricks that could stop him. Boom! As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, an explosion resounded throughout the heavens and the earth. Between the heavens and earth, countless amounts of spiritual energy surged towards the Sky Origin Royal City. It was as if the Sky Origin Royal City had turned into a gigantic sucker that was sucking in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. That's right, what he absorbed was only spiritual energy, not the slightest bit of martial power. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. What's going on? What is going on? There are so many powerful forces. I feel that my martial arts power is nothing in front of it. Could it be that this is spiritual energy? Oh my God, how can there be so much spiritual energy? Countless people exclaimed as they looked at the strange phenomenon in front of them. Could it be that the Tianyuan kingdom really has a formation? Why haven't I heard of it before? I didn't expect the Tianyuan kingdom to be so well hidden. I'm afraid that the Tianyuan kingdom wouldn't expose this formation unless it was a crisis. I just don't know what level this formation is. Can it withstand Hong Wudao's attack? I don't think so. After all, Hong Wudao is a level 8 Artman body realm cultivator. If this formation can withstand Hong Wudao's attack, then it must be very powerful. The Tianyuan kingdom is too well hidden. The onlookers couldn't help but analyze whether the formation could withstand Hong Wudao's attack. Most people still thought that Hong Wudao was stronger. After all, the fact that the Tianyuan kingdom had a formation was enough to shock them. If it could withstand Hong Wudao's attack, then the formation was too powerful. In their opinion, the Tianyuan kingdom shouldn't have such a powerful formation. Where did this formation come from? I've been an official of the Tianyuan kingdom for many years, but I didn't expect the royal city to have a formation, and it looks like the formation is very powerful. The hundreds of officials behind Yi Hao also had looks of astonishment on their faces. Not to mention the officials, even the Emperor of Heaven Yuan was shocked. At the same time, his heart was filled with confusion. No matter what, he used to be the Emperor Tianyuan, and the Tianyuan royal city belonged to his family. But he didn't know that there was a formation in the Tianyuan royal city. Furthermore, this spirit formation appeared to be extremely powerful. Seeing how Yi Hao activated the formation so skillfully, it was obvious that Yi Hao had known about the existence of the formation. Emperor Tianyuan couldn't help but wonder who was the descendant of the Tianyuan royal family. He didn't believe that the formation was set up recently, because the formation in front of him was so powerful that it looked extraordinary. To set up such a powerful formation couldn't have been done in a short time. Moreover, even if it was done in a timely manner, he couldn't have not heard about it. Also, he didn't hear Yi Hao mention that he had a formation master under him. The formation master who set up such a formation must be very powerful, but he didn't hear about it at all. Such a person would be treated as a VIP no matter which force he went to. Why would he help the Tianyuan royal family set up a formation? Therefore, Emperor Tianyuan was very curious about the mysterious formation in front of him. Bang! At this moment, Hong Wudao's attack landed on the walls of the Tianyuan royal palace. A ray of light appeared on the walls. Hong Wudao's terrifying attack only caused a ripple when it landed on the light, but the city wall was not damaged in the slightest. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. What kind of formation is this? Even such a powerful attack can't damage it. Oh my god, the Tianyuan royal family has such a powerful formation, and they didn't reveal anything about it. This is an attack from a level 8 Atman body, and it can't even damage the Tianyuan royal palace. No wonder Yi Hao is so fearless. It's because of this formation. I didn't expect the Tianyuan royal family to have such a powerful trump card. At this moment, all the onlookers who saw this scene could only exclaim in surprise. They thought that they were lucky enough to see a level 8 Atman body in action. But now, they saw a formation that could withstand an attack from a level 8 Atman body. It was an eye-opener for them. Some of the onlookers hadn't even seen a normal formation before, let alone such a powerful one. How is this possible? Hong Wudao's eyes widened in shock when he saw that his attack didn't cause any damage. Obviously, Hong Wudao couldn't accept that the Tianyuan royal family had such a powerful formation. Chapter 1023. This time, Hong Wudao directly activated his strongest attack. Obviously, he was shocked that his attack did not cause any damage to the Tianyuan royal city. Hong Wudao did not believe that the Tianyuan royal city had an array that could block his attack. It's really powerful. Hong Wudao's martial technique attack this time is definitely several times stronger than before. There's actually such a powerful martial technique. No, it can't be called a martial technique. It should be called a spiritual technique. In the ancient demon realm, the attacks used by martial artists were also called martial techniques. However, as long as one reached the level of a martial artist, there was no need to use martial techniques. Instead, one could use spiritual techniques that were more powerful than martial techniques. Obviously, Hong Wudao was using spiritual techniques at this moment. The reason why Hong Wudao was able to make his attack several times stronger than the first time was entirely due to the spiritual technique. Do you think Hong Wudao can break the city wall this time? It's hard to say. After all, we don't know what level the array is at. However, Hong Wudao's attack this time is so much stronger than before. It might really be possible to break the city wall. Just as the crowd was discussing, Hong Wudao's attack landed on the city wall again. Boom! There was a loud noise. Everyone fixed their eyes on the city wall. They realized that Hong Wudao's attack was extremely loud and powerful. However, it was still unable to cause any damage to the city wall. There were still some ripples on the city wall. The impact of Hong Wudao's attack on the city wall was no different from before. This array is really powerful. I really don't understand why the Tianyuan royal city has such a powerful array. It seems that with this array, Hong Wudao's chances of killing Yi Hao are slim. Originally, everyone thought that Hong Wudao wanted to kill Yi Hao. It would be a piece of cake for him to do so. However, Yi Hao did not move at all. He stood there and Hong Wudao could not hurt Yi Hao at all. Not to mention hurting Yi Hao, he could not even get close to Yi Hao. At this moment, Hong Wudao's expression changed again and again. Obviously, the power of the array was beyond his expectation. Fifth Supreme Elder, this array looks very powerful. What should we do now? Fifth Supreme Elder, you can't even move the array. I guess even if we attack, it will be the same. I really didn't expect this shitty country to have such a powerful array. The group of elders that Hong Wudao had brought along were all looking at Hong Wudao anxiously at this moment. These people were also shocked by Tian Yuan's imperial palace. Phew, Elder Hu and the others were relieved when they saw that Hong Wudao could not do anything to Yi Hao. I was wondering why he dared to tease Hong Wudao. We have been in the Tianyuan royal city for so many years. And we know nothing about it. Let's not talk about that. The strength of this formation is definitely beyond our expectations. Look at Hong Wudao. He can't do anything to that kid. I guess he is going to explode from anger. A group of alchemists looked at Hong Wudao, who was under the palace walls. The murderous intent on his body was so strong that no one dared to go near him. At this moment, Elder Hu looked at Hong Wudao with a worried expression. What's wrong, Elder Hu? Isn't it good that Hong Wudao can't break the array? Why does Elder Hu look so worried? The worry on Elder Hu's face was naturally seen by everyone. Everyone hurriedly asked. I'm worried that Hong Wudao will force Yi Hao to come out. Elder Hu heard everyone's question and expressed his concern. Elder Hu had some understanding of Hong Wudao. Although he did not know Hong Wudao's name had been passed down by many people. Therefore, he had sent people to investigate such a person. According to his understanding, Hong Wudao was a ruthless person who would do anything to achieve his goal. Therefore, in his opinion, Hong Wudao would be angry if he could not break the city walls. He did not know what he would do. Force him to do something? It can't be. He can't break the city walls. It's useless even if he is forced to do something. Don't tell me this Hong Wudao is going to attack us. All the alchemists were worried as they discussed. When they heard that Hong Wudao was going to attack them, everyone immediately fell into silence. Seeing everyone fall into silence and worry, Elder Hu immediately said, "Everyone, don't worry. Since Hong Wudao is willing to let Yi Hao go because of us, it means that he is still afraid of the sect behind us. Therefore, he will not attack us." He won't attack us. Then who will he attack? When the alchemists heard Elder Hu's words, they were relieved and immediately asked. Don't forget Yi Hao's identity, Elder Hu said. You mean Hong Wudao will attack these people and then force Yi Hao to come out? Damn, Hong Wudao is too ruthless if he does that. As the emperor, Yi Hao naturally can't abandon his people and watch them be killed. After hearing Elder Hu's words, everyone immediately understood and started to worry about Yi Hao again. Although Yi Hao was fine in the palace, if Hong Wudao attacked the people outside the palace, they didn't believe that Yi Hao's array formation would be able to protect these people. At that time, Yi Hao would definitely not be able to watch these people of the Tianyuan kingdom being killed by Hong Wudao. Because if that was the case, Yi Hao's prestige as the emperor would definitely be destroyed. In a serious situation, the people of the Tianyuan kingdom would be disillusioned. At that time, the Tianyuan kingdom would be destroyed without other forces destroying it. Elder Hu and the alchemists were filled with worry. Bastard, do you think that I can't do anything to you if you hide inside? Hong Wudao looked at Yi Hao angrily and said coldly. Hong Wudao suddenly glanced at the disciples and elders behind him and said, Listen up, kill all the people of the Tianyuan kingdom. I want to see how long he can hide inside. What? Hong Wudao is angry out of humiliation. He wants to vent his anger on the people of the Tianyuan kingdom. His purpose is not to vent his anger. He wants to come out and compete with Yi Hao. Ruthless, really ruthless. I didn't expect Hong Wudao to be so ruthless. Many of the onlookers were surprised when they heard Hong Wudao's words. At the same time, a hint of fear appeared in their eyes. Chapter 1024. After all, Yi Hao was the one who had a grudge against Hong Wudao, not these innocent people. However, Hong Wudao did not care about these innocent people. In his eyes, this group of innocent commoners were just ants that were only fit to vent his anger. If it were not for the sake of forcing Yi Hao out, in Hong Wudao's eyes, this group of ants was worthless in his eyes. They could not even enter his eyes. They seem to want to attack us. Your Majesty, save us. Your Majesty, we don't want to die. When the people of Tianyuan Royal City heard that Hong Wudao wanted to kill them, they immediately screamed in fear. Scream, scream. The louder the better. Ha 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 ha. Hong Wudao did not show any pity when he heard the screams of the people of Tianyuan Kingdom. Instead, he laughed excitedly. Kill. As soon as Hong Wudao said that, The elders and disciples behind him were about to charge into the crowd. "Your Majesty, what should we do? Your Majesty, let us go out and save these people. Your Majesty, we can't let this group of people kill our people in front of our eyes." Seeing that Hong Wudao was going to attack the innocent people, Guan Yu and the others immediately said anxiously, "No, Your Majesty, you can't lose control. Your Majesty is the foundation of the country. As long as Your Majesty exists, the country will exist. Hong Wudao is obviously trying to force Your Majesty to go out. If Your Majesty goes out, you will fall into Hong Wudao's trap," Emperor Tianyuan said hurriedly. "That's right, Your Majesty. King Xiaoyaro is right. Your Majesty, King Xiaoyaro is right. You must stay calm. You can't go out." Although Emperor Tianyuan had abdicated, he could not treat them as ordinary people. Therefore, Yi Hao gave Emperor Tianyuan the title of King Xiaoyaro. He enjoyed the highest treatment of a king. However, Emperor Tianyuan did not want to have any power and became King Xiaoyaro. "Your Majesty, you don't have to go out. Let us go out. Your Majesty, please agree. Your Majesty, if you don't agree, it will be too late," Guan Yu and the others said anxiously when they saw Hong Wudao's men approaching the crowd. Although these were all powerhouses who had been on the battlefield and were used to seeing life and death, they naturally couldn't bear to see the people of their own country being killed. Of course, they knew that if they came out of the palace to face Hong Wudao, they might not be able to return alive. However, it was absolutely impossible for them to hide here and drag out an ignoble existence while watching their people being killed. So at this moment, they were all looking at Yi Hao pleadingly. Emperor Tianyuan looked at the expressions of Guan Yu and the others and naturally knew what they were thinking. He was the emperor of the Tianyuan kingdom, and these were his people. He was more anxious than anyone else. But for the sake of the big picture, he could only bear with the pain and persuade Yi Hao. In his opinion, as long as Yi Hao was around, the Tianyuan kingdom would not be destroyed. Although they had been humiliated today, there was still hope for them to rise again in the future. If Yi Hao went out, or if these generals went out, no matter who died, it would be a huge blow to the strength of the Tianyuan kingdom. However, Guan Yu, Emperor Tianyuan, and the others were looking at Yi Hao anxiously, only to find that Yi Hao was still calm and composed. Everyone was very confused. They didn't understand why Yi Hao could still be so calm at this moment. Of course, Guan Yu and the others weren't the only ones who noticed Yi Hao's calmness. Standing outside the palace, many onlookers from other forces had already noticed this scene. Even Hong Wudao and the others had been looking at Yi Hao from the corner of their eyes. Hong Wudao had been waiting for Yi Hao to come out of the array, but Yi Hao's calmness made him uneasy. "Son of a bitch, I don't believe you can keep doing this." Hong Wudao snorted and looked at his elders and disciples. At this moment, they were still a few steps away from killing the crowd. "Help, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, don't abandon us. We are your people, Your Majesty. You have to save us." Seeing the people of the Black Sword sect rushing towards them, the people of the Tianyuan kingdom frantically retreated and frantically cried for help. Because as far as they were concerned, only Yi Hao could save their lives. After all, they were the people of the Tianyuan kingdom. When they were at their most helpless, they would naturally think of the emperor. "Shout as loud as you can. Get that son of a bitch to come out." Hong Wudao sneered when he heard the people's cries for help. "It's over. The people of the Tianyuan kingdom won't be able to escape today. Seeing that the gates of the Tianyuan palace are tightly shut, Yi Hao probably won't make a move. After all, coming out is courting death. It's reasonable that Yi Hao won't come out. Humph, wasn't he very powerful just now? Why doesn't he even dare to come out now?" Outside the Tianyuan palace, the spectators from the other forces sighed and laughed. Just as the people of the Black Sword sect were about to rush into the crowd, Yi Hao suddenly spoke, "100 changing gates formation, chain." Just then, the spiritual energy in the Tianyuan palace suddenly surged wildly. Countless people realized that the world was spinning. Even the scenery in front of them was constantly changing. It was either real or illusory. Everyone felt dizzy. After a while, everyone came back to their senses. When they looked at the people of the Tianyuan kingdom, They were shocked. Because all the people were in a panic, but they were all fine. Not a single person was injured or killed. On the other hand, the people of the Black Sword sect had all disappeared. Where are they? What the hell happened? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. Just then, someone suddenly pointed below the Tianyuan Palace. Look over there. Everyone looked below the Tianyuan Palace. Their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They saw that the people of the Black Sword sect, who had disappeared, were now fighting under the palace. However, they could only see them killing each other. They couldn't hear any sound of fighting. What the hell is going on? Why are the people of the Black Sword sect there? Why are they killing each other? Oh my God, can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Have the people of the Black Sword sect gone mad? Look at how they're killing each other. It's as if they're fighting for their lives. The surrounding crowd looked at the scene in front of them. Other than shock, they were all left with puzzlement. The citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom were dumbfounded as they looked at the scene before them. Chapter 1025. What did you do to them, you piece of *T? Hong Wudao's voice exploded above Sky Origin Royal City. Hong Wudao's eyes were bloodshot. His right hand was gripping his blade tightly, while his left hand was so angry that his nails were digging into his flesh. He didn't understand what had happened. Why would his men suddenly kill each other? Could he have done all of this? Everyone looked at Yi Hao in shock when they heard Hong Wudao's angry roar. Yi Hao was still calm and composed. He smiled faintly as he looked down at the Black Sword sect's men who were killing each other. All of you, stop right now. Hong Wudao shouted as he rushed towards the Black Sword sect's men. However, the Black Sword sect's men didn't seem to hear Hong Wudao's words. They continued to kill each other. These elders and disciples, who usually obeyed him in every way, actually ignored him. Hong Wudao was both furious and anxious. He didn't understand what Yi Hao had done to these people. This matter definitely had something to do with Yi Hao. If Yi Hao hadn't done it, this group of people wouldn't have ended up like this. He had clearly heard Yi Hao say something just now, and then they had ended up like this. Looks like I can only knock this group of people out. Hong Wudao felt his heart ache as he watched his men kill each other. However, he immediately thought of an idea. After all, after playing for a while, the injuries on the disciple's body would lessen. Hong Wudao rushed towards an elder and reached out his hand to knock him out. Back off. Yi Hao suddenly said just as Hong Wudao's hand was about to hit the elder's neck. Is Yi Hao crazy? Why would Hong Wudao listen to him if he told him to back off? Someone from the other factions couldn't help but mock Yi Hao when he heard him. However, he saw a shocking scene in the next second. Hong Wudao's body was actually backing off. He couldn't help but feel that this was a slap to the face. Is Hong Wudao crazy? Why is he so obedient? This person couldn't help but exclaim. However, Hong Wudao, who had appeared right in front of him, had heard everything he had said. You're courting death. Hearing this, Hong Wudao shouted angrily. The power in his body crashed into this person. This person did not even have the chance to struggle before he turned into a bloody mist. Seeing this, the onlookers around Hong Wudao immediately retreated in panic. Clearly, they were very afraid of Hong Wudao. What the hell is going on? Hong Wudao roared in his heart. He was already at the foot of the city wall, and he didn't even feel his body move. But in the next second, he appeared here. Hong Wudao looked towards the city wall and realized that the disciples and elders were still killing each other. I don't believe it. Hong Wudao roared in his heart and continued to walk down the city wall. Right at this moment, Yi Hao spoke once more. I want you to stand there and watch this show until the end. Will Hong Wudao still be so obedient? Everyone heard Yi Hao's majestic voice. If they had heard Yi Hao's words at the beginning, they would have snorted and laughed at him. However, they saw with their own eyes that when Yi Hao asked Hong Wudao to back off, Hong Wudao really did so. Therefore, at this moment, everyone didn't say anything. Instead, they watched Hong Wudao carefully. Everyone was surprised to find that Hong Wudao was actually walking on the spot. He didn't move forward at all. Everyone was stunned. They didn't understand what was going on. Strange. Why is this road so long? It seems like I can't reach the end. Hong Wudao looked in front of him in shock. He was already working very hard to walk down the city wall. However, for some reason, the city wall was indeed getting farther and farther in his eyes. However, when he saw the disciples who were still killing each other, Hong Wudao was extremely anxious. However, he could only work hard to move forward. In the eyes of outsiders, Hong Wudao was still walking on the spot. He didn't move forward at all. What's going on? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with confusion. One should know that Hong Wudao's appearance of walking on the spot was extremely funny. If not for the fact that everyone was afraid of angering Hong Wudao, they would definitely laugh out loud. At this moment, everyone was not only confused but also shocked. Hong Wudao was even more anxious. There was even some cold sweat on his forehead. What's going on? Hong Wudao was screaming in his heart. This was because he also felt that something was wrong. Could it be a formation? Hong Wudao suddenly guessed. However, he didn't dare to be sure. This was because if it was a formation, it would be too terrifying. After all, even he couldn't detect the formation at all. How powerful would it be? Saber splits mountains and rivers. Hong Wudao was forced into a corner. He had no choice but to roar. He took out his weapon and slashed at the air in front of him. Boom! Hong Wudao's slash landed on the air in front of him. However, in an instant, it seemed to be met with a huge resistance. It couldn't move forward at all. There really is a formation. How is this possible? Hong Wudao confirmed his judgment. However, he was also shocked. This was because he originally thought that Yi Hao's formation only covered the entire imperial palace. That was already big enough. However, only now did he realize that he had underestimated Yi Hao, underestimated the formation. He never expected that this formation would cover the entire Sky Origin imperial city. Although he didn't want to believe it, it was the truth. Thinking of this, Hong Wudao couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. This also proved that he had entered the formation from the moment he stepped into Sky Origin imperial city. However, he didn't notice it at all. Hong Wudao, how does it feel to watch your own people being killed? Seeing Hong Wudao's expression change again and again, Yi Hao suddenly opened his mouth to ask. You want me to watch my people being slaughtered by you? I'll let you experience what it feels like to be unable to stop your people from killing each other. At this moment, Yi Hao thought to himself. It had to be said that Yi Hao's method of giving Hong Wudao a taste of his own medicine was very effective. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. Remove the formation if you can, Hong Wudao shouted angrily when he heard Yi Hao's words. All right, I'll do as you wish. Yi Hao suddenly waved his hand. Hong Wudao was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Hao to be in such pain. Then, he took a few tentative steps and realized that he was really moving. The distance between him and Yi Hao was also a little closer. It wasn't like before, when the path in front of him was endless. Chapter 10:26. Hong Wudao saw that the group of disciples and elders had stopped fighting at this moment. Their faces were filled with shock and bewilderment. Bastard, he really removed the array. Ha ha ha, since you're asking for it, don't blame me. Seeing that Yi Hao had really removed the array, Hong Wudao sneered. Hong Wudao looked at Yi Hao and was filled with murderous intent. He slashed at Yi Hao. Go to hell. At that moment, Yi Hao, who was on the city wall, had a look of panic on his face. The officials behind him also started to flee. Bastard, go to hell. Hong Wudao saw the expression on Yi Hao's face and was very satisfied. He slashed Yi Hao in half. The entire city wall began to crumble. Seeing Yi Hao's body buried by the crumbling city wall, Hong Wudao was delighted. Ha ha ha, grandson, did you see that? Grandpa has avenged you. Grandpa, save me, I don't want to die. At this moment, a voice was heard from behind Hong Wudao. Ching! Qingyun. Hearing the voice behind him, Hong Wudao's body trembled. Even when he spoke, his lips were trembling. Hong Wudao turned around in disbelief. However, in the next second, his eyes were filled with anger. Hong Qingyun's clothes were tattered, and he was being held by a group of men in black. At this moment, Hong Qingyun's body was covered in blood. Seeing Hong Qingyun in this state, Hong Wudao's heart ached. Then, his eyes seemed to spit fire. "How dare you hurt my grandson? Die!" Hong Wudao roared and charged at the men in black. It didn't take long for all the black-clothed men to be killed. "Qingyun, are you okay? You're not dead." Hong Wudao ran to Hong Qingyun's side and helped him up. "Grandpa, I'm not dead." Hong Qingyun's eyes flashed coldly. "No, Qingyun is dead. You're not Qingyun." Hong Wudao suddenly roared and killed Hong Qingyun with one slash. At this moment, the onlookers in the group chat were all stunned. Why did Hong Wudao go crazy all of a sudden? He actually killed all his elders and disciples. What on earth is he doing? He can't have been angered by Yi Hao, right? Who can tell me what's going on? I've always heard that Hong Wudao is a ferocious person, but I didn't expect him to be so ferocious when killing his own people. At this moment, everyone was looking at Hong Wudao, who was standing under the city wall. Beneath Hong Wudao's feet, there were corpses everywhere. They were the elders and disciples of the Black Sword sect. Looking at the saber in Hong Wudao's hand, which was still dripping with blood, it was not difficult to guess that these people had all died in Hong Wudao's hands. "Elder Hu, what's going on? Why did this Hong Wudao suddenly go crazy? This is all too strange." A group of alchemists looked at the scene in shock. At this moment, they could not help but look at Elder Hu to seek an answer. Looking at the puzzled faces of the alchemists, Elder Hu replied with a solemn face, "If I'm not wrong, Hong Wudao has fallen into a formation." Fallen into a formation. Hearing Elder Hu's words, everyone's faces were filled with shock and disbelief. Could it be that not only the Qianyuan Imperial Palace has a formation, but also the Qianyuan Imperial City? How many formations are there in the Qianyuan Kingdom? And how powerful is this formation that can make Hong Wudao act like this? This can't be true. Seeing the crowd of alchemists so shocked, Old Hu didn't feel the slightest bit surprised because his heart was also incomparably shocked. Because there was something that he did not say. He estimated that if he said it out loud, these alchemists would be even more shocked. That is, the formation in front of them was definitely not two formations, but a single formation that directly covered the entire Qianyuan Imperial City. Just the thought of it was enough to make one shudder. This meant that as long as one stepped into the Qianyuan Imperial City, they would enter the formation and their lives would be in the hands of Yi Hao. Most importantly, if he had not seen Hong Wudao's reaction and analyzed that there was a formation in the Qianyuan Imperial City, he would not have noticed the formation at all. Even now, it was the same. He had tried very hard to find the formation, but he could not find any trace of it. One must know that even though he was an alchemist, he still had some experience with arrays. Although it was not very powerful, even some of the weaker formations had nowhere to hide in front of him. Even if it was a powerful formation, even if he did not know how to break it, he should be able to detect it. But now, even if he tried hard to find it, he could not find any trace of the formation, let alone detect it. One could imagine how powerful this formation was. It was so powerful that it was beyond his knowledge. At this moment, Elder Hu could not help but feel lucky that he did not become an enemy of Yi Hao. Otherwise, it would be too scary. After all, as long as one was in the Qianyuan Imperial City, they would be under Yi Hao's control. They could not escape even if they wanted to, let alone resist. Elder Hu did not think that he was as strong as Hong Wudao. What is his identity? Elder Hu could not help but sneak a glance at Yi Hao. This was because he could always see something unexpected from Yi Hao. Just like this time, he had thought that Yi Hao would not be able to escape this time. Who would have thought that Yi Hao would be so confident and even create such a powerful formation? He did not believe that this formation originally belonged to the Qianyuan Kingdom. If it really belonged to the Qianyuan Kingdom, the Qianyuan Kingdom would not have been defeated so easily with such a powerful formation. If not for Yi Hao's appearance, the Tianyuan kingdom would have been destroyed by the Broken Kingdom. Moreover, if the Tianyuan kingdom had such a powerful formation, they would not have been able to hide it so well that other forces would not have heard of it. Most importantly, when Hong Wudao attacked the Tianyuan imperial palace, Emperor Tianyuan was also shocked when he saw the defensive formation that appeared in the imperial palace. Therefore, this also proved that Emperor Tianyuan did not know of the existence of this formation. Elder who knew that this formation was definitely created by Yi Hao. However, Elder who did not think that this formation was refined by Yi Hao. After all, Yi Hao's alchemy was already so powerful. If he could also refine such a powerful formation, then it could not be said that Yi Hao was a genius or a monster. He could only be described as a freak. Therefore, Elder who guessed that there might be a powerful formation master behind Yi Hao. This could also explain why this formation would suddenly appear in the Tianyuan imperial city. Chapter 1027. Your Majesty, what's going on? Why are they killing each other? Besides, why did this Hong Wudao suddenly kill everyone on his side? Your Majesty, did you do all of this? Could it be because of the array formation? Guan Yu, Sun Shangxiang, and the others were all shocked as they looked at Yi Hao and asked curiously. Emperor Tianyuan didn't say anything, but he was also looking at Yi Hao curiously. After all, he was also confused about when a formation appeared in Tianyuan Royal City and the strange scene in front of him. That's right, this is the 100-changing Heavenly Gate formation. The most important thing about this formation is that it's unpredictable. Once it's activated, it's under my control. As for why they're killing each other, it's because illusions are also unpredictable. Looking at the curious faces of the officials, Yi Hao explained. 100-changing Heavenly Gate formation, unpredictable. Illusions. The officials kept repeating Yi Hao's words. I didn't expect it to really be a formation. But this formation can even subdue a level 8 Artman body cultivator. It's too powerful. I was wondering why Hong Wudao would go crazy and kill his own men. So it's because he's trapped in an illusion. Haha, I was wondering why Your Majesty wasn't worried about Hong Wudao at all. So you already have a way to deal with him. With the 100-changing Heavenly Gate formation, our Tianyuan Royal City is impregnable. Let's see what Hong Wudao can do to us. The officials discussed excitedly. Looking at the reaction of the officials, Yi Hao didn't mention the weakness of the 100-changing Heavenly Gate formation. After all, only by hiding the weakness of the 100-changing Heavenly Gate formation could the formation become unpredictable and instill fear in the hearts of the enemies. The strength of the 100-changing Heavenly Gate formation was only to trap the enemies, not to kill them. Let alone level 8 Artman body cultivators, even level 10 Artman body cultivators would be trapped by the 100-changing Heavenly Gate formation. However, in terms of killing enemies, the 100-changing Heavenly Gates formation only had an illusory realm that could make enemies kill each other. There was no other way to kill enemies. Take the current Hong Wudao for example. He was the only one left in the 100-changing Heavenly Gates formation. The 100-changing Heavenly Gates formation was able to firmly trap him in the formation, but it was unable to kill him. After all, he could no longer confuse others to attack Hong Wudao. The people of the Black Sword sect had all been killed by Hong Wudao. Therefore, the main purpose of the 100 transformation Heavenly Gates formation was to trap the enemy. If they wanted to kill the enemy, they would have to think of other methods. Of course, although the 100 transformation Heavenly Gate formation was very good at trapping people, it was still very powerful. However, it was definitely not invincible. As long as there was an expert who had surpassed the level of Artman body, the 100-changing Heavenly Gates formation would lose its effect. But for now, being able to trap an Artman body level Chi practitioner was already very good. Open. Seeing that Hong Wudao was still spinning around on the spot, Yi Hao suddenly spoke again. You. Aren't you dead? How are you still alive? Hong Wudao felt the scenery in front of him change. Hong Wudao widened his eyes and looked at Yi Hao on the city wall. Hong Wudao's tone was full of surprise. He clearly just cut Yi Hao in half with one slash and destroyed the city wall, causing the officials to flee in all directions. But in the blink of an eye, it became like this again. The city wall was still intact as before. Yi Hao was still standing on the city wall with a dignified appearance, exuding an imperial aura. The officials were also standing behind Yi Hao as before. However, the initial panic and anger in their eyes had completely disappeared. Instead, they were looking at Yi Hao with admiration. What the hell is going on? Hong Wudao felt that his head was about to explode. The changes back and forth were completely driving him crazy. Hong Wudao, you thought that the person you killed was me. Look at your feet now. Who the hell did you kill? Seeing Hong Wudao's appearance and hearing Hong Wudao's angry roar, Yi Hao spoke with a smile on his face. Hearing Yi Hao's words, Hong Wudao immediately looked down and saw that the people he brought were all lying at his feet. This was done by me. Impossible. Hong Wudao was shocked. Seeing that the people he brought were all lying at his feet, Hong Wudao's heart ached. He couldn't accept that these people were all dead. It was even more difficult for him to accept that these people died in his hands. How is that possible? Look at the wounds on their bodies. Don't tell me you can't recognize them. Could it be that I really killed them? Hong Wudao heard Yi Hao's words and looked at the wounds on the bodies. They did look like they were caused by his attack. This caused his body to tremble violently. It's you. It's you again. Hong Wudao suddenly raised his head. His eyes were burning with anger as he stared at Yi Hao. Don't be mistaken. You killed these people. What does it have to do with me? Yi Hao smiled helplessly. If it wasn't for you, why would I have killed them? The one I killed was clearly you. Hong Wudao said angrily. Thinking back, he was clearly the one who killed Yi Hao. He was clearly the one who killed the group of men in black. However, in the blink of an eye, Yi Hao was fine, but the people who died were all his people. How could he not be angry? Array. I know. This must be another array. Hong Wudao looked at the palace walls and suddenly thought of a possibility. That was, he had fallen into a formation earlier, and the Yi Hao and the black-clothed man he had seen earlier were all illusions created by the formation. The ones he had killed were indeed disciples and elders. It was just that the illusion had changed their appearances so that even he didn't notice it. With Hong Wudao's knowledge, he naturally knew that an array could create an illusion that could confuse a person. However, he had never imagined that there would be a day when he would fall into a formation and fall into an illusion. Furthermore, he had killed all the people he had brought with him. In the beginning, he really didn't expect that the array would have an illusion. Otherwise, he would definitely have controlled himself. Perhaps then, he would have been able to prevent the deaths of the disciples and elders. However, he had to admit that the illusion was too real. Otherwise, he wouldn't have fallen so deep into it without realizing it. At the time, he really thought that he had killed Yi Hao and the group of men in black. After all, he didn't think that it was an illusion from the beginning. He originally thought that the Tianyuan Imperial Palace having an array was already very good. He never expected that the Tianyuan Imperial City would also have an array. Furthermore, if he could be confused under such circumstances, what more the group of elders and disciples? At that time, even if he had been able to control himself and not make a move against those elders and disciples, those elders and disciples would still have made a move against him. Hong Wudao couldn't help but panic when he thought of this. Was he going to die here if he couldn't get his revenge today? He felt indignant. Chapter 1028. That must be it. That must be it. Hong Wudao thought of a possibility. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was possible. The formation could only trap people, and it could only use illusions to kill them. That would explain why Yi Hao would use illusions to make them kill each other. If that's the case, as long as I stay calm, the formation can only trap me, but it can't kill me. Hong Wudao was overjoyed at the thought of this. Because he was not afraid of death, but to die in such a place, how could he, the dignified Black Sword sect's fifth elder, be willing to die? Now that he knew the weakness of the 100-changing Heavenly Gate formation, Hong Wudao was no longer afraid of the formation. Yi Hao, if I'm not wrong, Your formation can't kill me. Hong Wudao squinted and said to Yi Hao. Hong Wudao's eyes were fixed on Yi Hao, eager to know the answer. What do you mean? Could it be that Hong Wudao has found the loophole of the formation? From what you've said, Hong Wudao's crazy actions must have something to do with the formation. Doesn't that mean that we are also in the formation without knowing it? At this point, the countless spectators from the other forces all had looks of panic on their faces. After all, no matter who it was, they would feel uncomfortable when they heard that they were in someone else's formation. Many people started to look around. You don't have to panic. We have no feud with the Qianyuan kingdom. The new emperor of Qianyuan won't kill us. At this moment, someone suddenly spoke. Hearing this person's words, the countless onlookers relaxed slightly. However, there were 4 people who were curled up and hiding in a corner. Their eyes were filled with fear. These 4 people were none other than the envoys of the 4 kingdoms. The 4 envoys regretted it. They had thought that Hong Wudao had brought so many experts to cause trouble for Yi Hao. Yi Hao would definitely die, so they had gone all out. In order to curry favor with Hong Wudao, they had said all kinds of things against Yi Hao. Who would have thought that the Qianyuan kingdom would have such a powerful formation out of nowhere? As soon as he came up, he killed all the people of the Black Sword sect except for Hong Wudao. Looking at the corpses on the ground, the 4 of them trembled violently. The 4 of them did not ask for anything else. They just wanted Yi Hao to not see them. For envoys, come over here. However, things were always like this. The more you thought about it, the more it would happen. At this moment, Yi Hao's voice directly drilled into their ears. When the 4 of them heard Yi Hao's words, they were so scared that they almost wet their pants in an instant. Your Majesty. The envoy from the Yensang kingdom didn't dare to meet Yi Hao's gaze. He lowered his head and said with a trembling voice. The 3 envoys of the Qianyuans, the envoys of the 3 of them. For envoys, come over quickly. Do you think I'll eat you up? Yi Hao's attitude was extremely gentle at this moment. The 4 envoys were stunned when they heard Yi Hao's words. They didn't expect Yi Hao's tone and attitude to be so good. It was so good that they couldn't believe it. The 4 of them lifted their heads in surprise and looked at Yi Hao, who was looking at them with a smile. Although the 4 envoys were puzzled, they were less afraid now. They did not dare to disobey Yi Hao's order. They quickly ran over to Yi Hao to show their respect for Yi Hao. Guan Yu and the others were surprised when they saw this. They did not understand why Yi Hao was so nice to the 4 of them. It should be noted that when Hong Wudao had appeared, the 4 envoys had spoken about the Qianyuan kingdom and Yi Hao with great unwillingness. Even now, their anger had yet to subside. If it wasn't for the fact that Yi Hao was present, they would have killed the 4 envoys on the spot. But now that they saw Yi Hao being so nice to the 4 of them, they were puzzled. They looked at Yi Hao in confusion. Why did your Majesty summon us? The 4 of them looked at Yi Hao and asked respectfully. Envoys, there's no need to be so polite. Yi Hao quickly helped them up. The 4 envoys were overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. They had thought that Yi Hao was going to teach them a lesson. But they did not expect Yi Hao to be so nice to them. Could it be because of what we said just now that he has come to his senses? Or does he feel bad for what he did to us before? Or maybe it's because of the power behind us that he does not dare to fall out with us. The 4 envoys looked at each other and had the same thought at the same time. Mom, God has opened his eyes. I can finally straighten my back in front of this kid. God, please tell me that I'm not dreaming. This kid actually has such a gentle side. He's actually helping me up. Oh my God, this can't be real. It seems like this kid has really come to his senses. No, I'm too excited. The 4 envoys who were helped up by Yi Hao looked at Yi Hao with excitement. After all, they had just come to the Qianyuan kingdom. Before they could even finish showing off, they had already been frightened by Yi Hao's methods. Since then, they were filled with fear of Yi Hao. They did not even dare to look Yi Hao in the eye, let alone straighten their backs in front of Yi Hao. This was because whenever they appeared in front of Yi Hao, they would realize that there was an unnecessary force on Yi Hao. It made them bend their backs, lower their heads, and look like they were subservient. This feeling made them feel very aggrieved and uncomfortable, but there was nothing they could do about it. They had never felt this way in front of their own emperor in their own country. Therefore, even in their dreams, they wanted to straighten their backs in front of Yi Hao. But they never expected that their dreams would come true so quickly. Moreover, after they had criticized the Qianyuan kingdom and Yi Hao did not blame them at all. Instead, he treated them this way. How could they not be excited? Seeing how Yi Hao treated the 4 envoys, the officials were all envious. After all, it was a great honor to be helped up by His Majesty. Of course, besides being envious, the officials were even more confused. This was because to them, this was not Yi Hao's style at all. Could it be that His Majesty has really changed? Even if he has changed, it can't be so fast. Why does His Majesty need to treat these 4 trash like this? Chapter 1029. My 4 envoys, what do you think of the relationship between your countries and my Qianyuan kingdom? How do you feel about me? Yi Hao asked after helping the 4 of them up. Hearing Yi Hao's question, the 4 envoys answered without hesitation. The relationship between our 2 countries is naturally very close. That's right. The relationship between our 2 countries is as close as a family. Our country and the Qianyuan kingdom have always been on good terms. The relationship between our 2 countries is like that of brothers. Hearing the words of the 4 envoys, the officials couldn't help but curse in their hearts. Can you be any more shameless? Don't you have any idea how close the relationship between our 2 countries is? Previously, you were still saying how the Qianyuan kingdom oppressed you and that you had nothing to do with the Qianyuan kingdom. You even said that the Qianyuan kingdom was unbearable. You even said that we are as close as a family. Don't you feel guilty? Of course, the 4 envoys wouldn't be interrupted by the officials' thoughts. Their shamelessness was comparable to the city walls. The 4 envoys were really eloquent when they spoke, and their words flowed like a torrential river. The people couldn't help but sigh. These 4 envoys were indeed envoys. Their eloquence couldn't be faked. After hearing the words of the 4 envoys, the crowd really thought that the relationship between the Qianyuan kingdom and the 4 big countries was very good. Your Majesty is majestic. He is upright and has an extraordinary bearing. He is the embodiment of a true dragon. He loves his people like his own children and is considerate of the people. He is definitely a great emperor. Hearing the words of the 4 envoys, Yi Hao's expression didn't change much. However, he was slightly stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect the 4 envoys to be so eloquent. Now it seems that the 4 of them aren't completely useless. Yi Hao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. If it was someone else, they might have been complacent after being praised by the 4 envoys. However, Yi Hao didn't have any intention of being complacent. This was because he still remembered the faces of the 4 envoys when Hong Wudao came. I really didn't expect the relationship between our countries to be so close. I actually have such a great image in your hearts. Zhen really wants to hold a banquet to thank the ambassadors. Zhen wants to have a few drinks with the ambassadors. Yi Hao pretended to be excited. Your Majesty, you're too polite. The relationship between our countries is just that good. That's right. The relationship between our countries cannot be shaken by others. Whoever dares to shake the relationship between our countries will definitely die. At this moment, all the envoys spoke with excited expressions on their faces. That's right. Our countries should share joys and sorrows, share blessings and hardships, and face our enemies together. Everyone is right. Yi Hao nodded heavily. That's right, we should share blessings and hardships, and face our enemies together. When the 4 messengers heard Yi Hao's words, they spoke excitedly at the same time. Something doesn't seem right. After the 4 emissaries finished speaking, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. They immediately looked at Yi Hao, only to find that Yi Hao was looking at them with a smile on his face. This made them feel a little guilty. Since that's the case, I'll leave the enemies below to the 4 of you. We should share blessings and sorrows, right? That's right. That's a level 8 Artman body cultivator. If we go over, we won't even be able to defeat him. Aren't we courting death if we go over? When they heard Yi Hao's words, the 4 emissaries felt like crying. Who were the people below? That was the Black Sword sect's 5th Supreme Elder. Let's not talk about whether they were a match for Hong Wudao. If they made a move against Hong Wudao, it would mean that their country was an enemy of the Black Sword sect. They felt that their countries shouldn't have such a powerful array formation like Yi Hao's. Unless their brains were damaged, they wouldn't provoke such a powerful enemy for their countries for no reason. Moreover, Hong Wudao's cultivation was at level 8 Artman body cultivator, while they were only at the Demon Emperor level. They weren't on the same level at all. They didn't doubt that Hong Wudao could kill them as easily as killing an ant. After all, they saw how Hong Wudao killed the Black Sword sect's emissaries. There were hundreds and thousands of them, including some Artman body cultivators, but they were still no match for Hong Wudao. The 4 emissaries couldn't help but regret saying that they would share blessings and misfortunes together. Don't, Your Majesty. Our cultivation isn't enough. Your Majesty, please spare us. If you let us fight with him, we'll just be courting death. You can't do this, Your Majesty. The 4 emissaries quickly cried out to Yi Hao, almost kneeling down to beg for mercy. Seeing this scene, the officials behind Yi Hao smiled. At first, they didn't understand why Yi Hao was so nice to the 4 emissaries. It turned out that he had been digging a hole and waiting for the emissaries to jump into it. Looking at the 4 emissaries, the officials couldn't help but feel satisfied. At the same time, they secretly admired Yi Hao. Who would have thought that Yi Hao would lead the 4 emissaries into the hole so easily? Moreover, the 4 emissaries had jumped into it willingly. Brilliant. Your Majesty, this is a good move. Now, only the 4 emissaries will suffer. Serves them right. Who told them to slander our country and His Majesty like that? Could it be that you were lying to me when you said that we would share blessings and misfortunes together? Seeing the 4 emissaries begging for mercy, Yi Hao immediately pretended to be angry. Seeing Yi Hao's cold gaze and Yi Hao's angry expression, the 4 emissaries' hearts suddenly trembled. We don't dare. The 4 emissaries quickly said. Emissaries, you may leave now. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the 4 emissaries immediately looked at Hong Wudao, who was below the city wall. Seeing the anger in Hong Wudao's eyes and the powerful aura he exuded, the 4 emissaries were almost scared to death. Not to mention fighting Hong Wudao, even if they were in front of Hong Wudao, it would be a problem if they could still stand. Your Majesty, when we said that we would share blessings and misfortunes together, we didn't mean that we would fight with Hong Wudao. The emissary of the Yensang Kingdom said bitterly. He was quickly thinking of a way to deal with Yi Hao. Oh, I understand now. You mean to support me in terms of material and financial resources, and to share blessings and misfortunes together, right? Emissaries, you are really considerate. You know that activating this array consumes a lot of spirit stones, so you want to support me? Yi Hao looked like he was suddenly enlightened and moved. Hearing Yi Hao's words, the 4 emissaries were stunned. This was another big trap. Chapter 1030. The 100-changing Skygate formation was indeed powerful after it was activated. However, it also consumed a huge amount of resources. Yi Hao would have had to bear the cost of these resources by himself. To be honest, he felt the pinch. However, these 4 envoys had stepped forward. They were like 4 golden pigs that deserved to be slaughtered. Yi Hao would not hold back. The 4 envoys were sweating profusely when they heard Yi Hao's words. They had not expected Yi Hao to be so difficult to deal with. First, he had been friendly to them. Then, they had let down their guard. In the end, he had dug such a huge pit for them to jump into. They finally understood what it meant to be in the king's company was like living with a tiger. This brat is too treacherous. The 4 envoys thought bitterly. After all, Yi Hao had already said so much. They only had 2 choices now. They could either lose their lives or use the spirit stones to buy their lives. They could only blame themselves for saying such things to Yi Hao. Why did they say such things to him? They should have gone through thick and thin together. If they had not said such things, they would not have been cheated. However, they knew that they had been cheated for nothing this time. They were the ones who had slandered Yi Hao and the Qianyuan kingdom when they saw Hong Wudao coming here. Then, they stood on Hong Wudao's side. They were already secretly glad that Yi Hao hadn't mentioned it yet. Otherwise, their countries would not be able to say anything even if Yi Hao killed them. Unless they declared war with the Qianyuan kingdom. However, if they were to start a war, the amount of resources they would consume would be even greater. Moreover, all the countries were waiting for the Drifting Cloud Kingdom and the Qianyuan kingdom to declare war. When the time came, they would reap the benefit. Therefore, the 4 envoys had to pay the spirit stones if they wanted to save their lives. They had to pay the spirit stones whether they wanted to or not. Your Majesty is right. We should share the spirit stones consumed by the formation equally. The envoy from the Yensang kingdom gritted his teeth and said, "What do you guys think?" Yi Hao nodded in satisfaction when he saw how tactful the envoy from the Yensang kingdom was. Then, he looked at the remaining 3 envoys. "That's right, this should be shared equally. My Daming kingdom naturally agrees. Since all of you want to share equally, how can my Yufeng kingdom be left out of this?" The remaining 3 envoys had no choice but to grit their teeth and reply. After all, they had no choice but to agree. As expected of sharing blessings and suffering together. The support of the 4 emissaries has truly moved us. Yi Hao had a moved expression. "Little guys, if you want to laugh at my Qianyuan kingdom, this daddy will make you bleed. Let's see if you can still laugh then." Yi Hao was in a good mood when he saw that someone would reimburse him for the spirit stones he had spent. On the other hand, the 4 envoys were on the verge of tears. But in front of Yi Hao, they had to force a smile on their faces as if they were supposed to do what they were supposed to do. As for the officials behind Yi Hao, when they saw the 4 envoys' smiles that were uglier than crying, they all tried their best not to laugh out loud. Meanwhile, Emperor Qianyuan was looking at Yi Hao with admiration. For the emperor to be able to do what Yi Hao did, there was no one else. This was because he would never be able to cheat others like this. At first, he had been very curious about how Yi Hao had managed to cheat the 4 kingdoms of 750,000 sets of equipment in the main hall. Now, his horizons had really been broadened. For emissaries, Hong Wudao said that I can't kill him. What do you think? Yi Hao suddenly smiled and looked at the 4 emissaries. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, the 4 emissaries immediately tensed up and looked at Yi Hao warily. In their minds, they were quickly searching for a trap in Yi Hao's words. After all, they were really afraid of being cheated by Yi Hao, so they had no choice but to be careful. After all, they had been cheated twice by Yi Hao, which had cost them almost a year's worth of income. "We don't know about this." The 4 emissaries thought for a moment. For the sake of safety, they directly said that they didn't know. However, the 4 emissaries didn't believe that Yi Hao could kill Hong Wudao. After all, they weren't stupid. If Yi Hao could kill Hong Wudao, he would have done so long ago. Why would he leave Hong Wudao alive until now? Moreover, Hong Wudao could say that Yi Hao couldn't kill him. He must have found the weakness of the array. However, the 4 emissaries didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, if they angered Yi Hao, they might be in trouble again. "It seems that the 4 of you don't believe that I can kill Hong Wudao," Yi Hao said when he saw their expressions. The 4 emissaries didn't say anything when they heard Yi Hao's words. Clearly, they agreed with Yi Hao's words. "Why don't the 4 emissaries make a bet with me?" Yi Hao looked at the 4 emissaries and said, "Bet? What bet?" The 4 emissaries were confused when they heard Yi Hao mention a bet. "Let's bet on whether I can kill Hong Wudao." Yi Hao pointed at Hong Wudao. The 4 emissaries were shocked when they heard Yi Hao's words. They were a little moved, but they didn't rush to agree. Seeing that the 4 emissaries were silent and cautious, Yi Hao continued, "I can kill Hong Wudao without using the array." "What? Kill Hong Wudao without using the array? How is that possible?" The 4 emissaries were shocked when they heard Yi Hao's words. This guy is too arrogant. I don't believe that the Qianyuan kingdom has someone who can compare to Hong Wudao. If the Tianyuan kingdom has someone who can compare to Hong Wudao, why would they expose the existence of the array? The 4 emissaries were full of disdain for Yi Hao's words. They obviously didn't believe that Yi Hao's subordinates could compare to Hong Wudao. Furthermore, in their opinion, the reason why Yi Hao was able to kill so many of Hong Wudao's people and imprison Hong Wudao here was all due to the formation. If it wasn't for the array, the entire Tianyuan kingdom would have been destroyed by Hong Wudao. Even if it was Yi Hao, he would probably also be dismembered into 10,000 pieces by Hong Wudao. Now Yi Hao dared to say that he could kill Hong Wudao without using the array. In their opinion, he was simply boasting shamelessly. The 4 emissaries were full of disdain for Yi Hao's words. But they didn't show it, nor did they agree. After all, they still didn't know what Yi Hao was going to do, how they were going to bet, and what they were going to bet on. I'll bet with you. If I don't use the array to kill Hong Wudao, the spiritual stones you give me will be doubled. If I can't kill Hong Wudao, I'll return all the spiritual stones you gave me. What do you think? Chapter 1031. It was not that the 4 messengers were easily agitated. In their eyes, this was a bet that they would definitely win. Originally, they were still upset that Yi Hao had cheated them of their spiritual stones. They did not expect Yi Hao to return it so quickly. In the eyes of the 4 messengers, it was impossible for Yi Hao to kill Hong Wudao without the help of the array. They did not believe that Tianyuan kingdom could find an expert above level 8 Atman body realm. The 4 messengers looked at Yi Hao nervously, as if they were afraid that Yi Hao would return. My words are like gold. Yi Hao laughed in his heart when he saw that the 4 messengers had taken the bait. However, he said with a serious expression, "All right, let's make the bet." Hearing Yi Hao's words, the 4 messengers quickly agreed. Yi Hao, you've gone too far. At this moment, Hong Wudao, who was at the foot of the palace wall, was about to explode in anger. He did not expect Yi Hao and the messengers of the 4 kingdoms to ignore him and even use him to make a bet. How could he accept this? If it were not for the array, he would definitely tear Yi Hao into pieces. Didn't you say that I can't kill you? Hearing Hong Wudao's angry roar, Yi Hao smiled and took out the demonic crystal cannon. The huge demonic crystal cannon appeared directly on the palace wall. There were countless runes engraved on it. The black muzzle of the cannon made people feel oppressed. What's that? After seeing the magic crystal cannons appear, everyone looked at the magic crystal cannons in confusion. Because none of them had seen such a thing before. Not to mention seeing it, they had never even heard of it. Haha, Yi Hao, you're not thinking of killing me with this, are you? You're too naive. Although Hong Wudao had not seen the demonic crystal cannon before, he did not believe that the demonic crystal cannon could kill him. Because in his eyes, the demonic crystal cannon should be a weapon. Since it was a weapon, it should be used by someone. The way he saw it, no matter how powerful a weapon was, even if it was a divine artifact, it would still require an expert to unleash its might. He believed that no one in the Tianyuan kingdom was a match for him. Therefore, even if the thing in front of him was a god tool, he was not afraid at all. Your Majesty, are we going to use this 5 blades of killing Hong? What weapon is this? Will it work? Why haven't I heard of it before, much less seen it before? At this moment, all the ministers were looking at the magic crystal cannons doubtfully, doubting the power of the magic crystal cannons. The ministers could not help but wonder if Yi Hao was trying to embarrass the 4 dynasties and was purposely losing to the envoys of the 4 dynasties. At this moment, the envoys of the 4 great kingdoms all looked at each other. They could all see the smiles in each other's eyes. Although they didn't know what the magical crystal cannon was, they didn't think that it could kill Hong Wudao. In their hearts, victory was already within their grasp. What the hell is this new emperor of Tianyuan doing? That looks like a hollow iron pillar. How can it kill people? He wants to use this 5 blades of killing Hong Wudao. Isn't he dreaming? Does he think that we are fools? Is he trying to fool us? The onlookers from the other forces were looking at the magical crystal cannons with disdain as well. After all, they had never seen the magic crystal cannon before. They did not believe that such a big black tube could kill a rank 8 Artman body cultivator. If there was such a powerful thing, it should have been famous in the ancient demon realm. How could they not have heard of it before? So as far as they were concerned, Yi Hao was definitely putting on an act. A bunch of ignorant fools. Today, I'll let you all broaden your horizons. Yi Hao realized that everyone was full of disdain for his demonic crystal cannon. Even though the officials didn't show any disdain, the disbelief in their eyes revealed their thoughts. One had to know that his demonic crystal cannon was capable of killing a level 10 Artman body cultivator. And Hong Wudao was only a rank 8 Artman body cultivator. He was doomed to die under the magic crystal cannon. Yi Hao started to fill the magic crystal cannon with spiritual stones. One had to know that the usage of the magical crystal cannons naturally didn't consume cannonballs, but spirit stones. This was also why Yi Hao wanted to scam the 4 great kingdoms in advance. The demonic crystal cannons consumed a huge amount of spirit stones. Yi Hao's actions were simply inconceivable in everyone's eyes. Strange, why is he filling the tube with spiritual stones? Even if it is a weapon, there is no need to fill it with spiritual stones. I really don't understand what he is doing. He is just filling the tube with spiritual stones. If it can kill Hong Wudao, I will eat *T brother, you are so brave. Me too. A group of people watched as Yi Hao filled the magic crystal cannon with spiritual stones. Many of them sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in Yi Hao's territory, they would have laughed even louder. It should be about done. Yi Hao looked at the magic crystal cannon. It was almost filled with spiritual stones. This made his heart ache again. Only after filling the magic crystal cannon with spiritual stones did he realize that the amount of spiritual stones in the magic crystal cannon was much more than he had imagined. Just the amount of spiritual stones loaded this time was equivalent to 1/10 of the 100 transformation Heavenly Gate formation. One must know that the 100 transformation Heavenly Gate formation covered the entire Tianyuan royal city. Its area was naturally not to be underestimated. But this magic crystal cannon had to consume 1/10 of the 100 transformation Heavenly Gate formation's spiritual stones every time it was used. One could imagine how terrifying it was. One must know that these were spiritual stones, not spirit coins. Normally, a small spiritual stone could be used to create a few or even a dozen spirit coins. Formation change. Yi Hao suddenly controlled the 100 transformation Heavenly Gate formation again. He was worried that the magic crystal cannon was too powerful. It would be bad if the civilians of the Tianyuan royal kingdom were accidentally injured when they bombarded Hong Wudao. Son of a B*TCH, didn't you want to kill me? I can't wait. Son of a B*TCH, what are you waiting for? Hong Wudao believed that Yi Hao wouldn't be able to kill him, so he hooted at this moment. He wanted to see how Yi Hao would be able to get out of this situation if he couldn't kill him with this lousy tube. And if he guessed correctly, this black tube should be a weapon. Since it was a weapon, someone should be using it. When the time came, no matter who used this black tube to fight him, he would tear them into pieces to vent the anger in his heart and show Yi Hao who was in charge. Chapter 1032. Hong Wudao looked at Yi Hao in confusion. At the same time, he was on his guard. He was worried that Yi Hao was up to some tricks again. To be honest, he wasn't afraid of Yi Hao at all. The only thing he was afraid of was the 100 changing Skygate array beneath his feet. Therefore, he had to be on guard when Yi Hao changed the 100 changing Skygate array. Your Majesty, you. The 4 emissaries panicked when they saw Yi Hao use the array. They thought that Yi Hao was going to break his promise and use the array to kill Hong Wudao. My words carry enormous weight. Yi Hao didn't explain. He couldn't be bothered to do so either. This was because changing the array and controlling it consumed a lot of mind power. Moreover, Yi Hao wanted to move all the citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom a few kilometers away from Hong Wudao. Yi Hao didn't care about the spectators who were obviously weaker than him. Their lives had nothing to do with him at all. When the 4 emissaries saw that Yi Hao didn't look well, they thought that Yi Hao didn't look well because he was about to lose. The 4 emissaries were secretly delighted, but they didn't dare say anything. They were also afraid that Yi Hao would get angry and Yi Hao wouldn't admit to the bet. That would be bad luck. After all, they were still powerhouses. Yi Hao had a lot of spirit stones. They couldn't take out so many spirit stones even if he asked them. Naturally, they were unwilling to accept that Yi Hao had cheated them of so many spirit stones. Therefore, they were all hoping that they wouldn't be able to give Yi Hao any more spirit stones if they won the bet. The 4 emissaries tactfully retreated to the side. Close the array. At the same time, Yi Hao closed the 100 changing skygate array. After all, Yi Hao was worried that an accident would happen if the demonic crystal cannon blasted the 100 changing skygate array. At least for now, the 100 changing skygate array was still very helpful to him. As such, he could not allow the 100 transformation heavenly gate formation to be damaged in the slightest. I didn't sense wrongly, right? This kid seems to have removed the formation, Hong Wudao suddenly said suspiciously in his heart. At this moment, Hong Wudao did not act rashly. Obviously, the illusion from before had left a shadow on him. He was afraid that he would fall into Yi Hao's illusion again and fall into Yi Hao's trap. But upon closer inspection, he discovered that the array formation really seemed to have been removed. Should we make a move? Hong Wudao wondered if he could kill Yi Hao before Yi Hao activated the array formation. What if this was Yi Hao's scheme again? What would they do then? You actually dared to stare blankly. Don't blame me then. Yi Hao was initially worried that Hong Wudao would escape or attack him if he closed the array formation. That would definitely affect his ability to aim at Hong Wudao and fire. What surprised him was that Hong Wudao actually stood in the same place, motionless. How could Yi Hao waste such an excellent opportunity? He immediately activated the demonic crystal cannon. I'm going all out. Hong Wudao did not care if it was Yi Hao's scheme anymore. After all, with the array formation around, he had no chance of killing Yi Hao at all. Now that the array formation was closed, he still had a chance to kill Yi Hao. He did not want to miss even the slightest chance. Blade, boom. Just as Hong Wudao was about to activate his spiritual technique, a loud sound suddenly interrupted him. This sound was even louder than the thunder from the 9 heavens, and it was not inferior to it at all. This loud sound reverberated through the entire Tianyuan royal city, startling everyone. What's going on? What's that sound? Quick, look. What's that? Everyone immediately looked at the demonic crystal cannon. This power is so terrifying. Hong Wudao looked at the demonic crystal cannon shooting a ball of light at him and thought. Hong Wudao's eyes widened as he looked at the ball of light that was getting closer and closer to him. For a moment, he actually forgot to dodge. Oh no! Looking at the powerful power of the ball of light, Hong Wudao felt the aura of death. Hong Wudao suddenly woke up and wanted to escape. However, he had already missed the best time to escape. Escaping now would only make him die faster. I'm going all out. Hong Wudao let out a furious roar and unleashed all his strength, using his saber to block the attack. Blade splitting mountains and rivers. Hong Wudao roared and a huge blade shadow that was dozens of meters long appeared in front of him. Boom. Hong Wudao immediately attacked and looked at the ball of light. Boom. An explosion could be heard, and Hong Wudao's giant shadow collapsed immediately. Seeing that the ball of light was still intact, Hong Wudao was shocked. At this moment, the ball of light was only a foot away from him. Hong Wudao was shocked and hurriedly activated his strength to block in front of him. Hong Wudao obviously did not expect the ball of light to be so powerful that even his most powerful spiritual attack could not do anything to it. As for the spectators, they were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Oh my god, what kind of power is that? Why does it look so powerful? Oh my god, the aura on it is so terrifying. Is it really from the ball of light? Hong Wudao's attack just now was also very powerful. However, under the ball of light, it was so weak. What the hell is that? Therefore, the onlookers were all shocked and focused on the ball of light at this moment. This is so powerful. Looking at the ball of light, the messenger of the Yensang kingdom swallowed his saliva in shock. At this moment, he had a bad feeling in his heart. Oh no, I'm going to lose. However, at this moment, he could no longer think about winning or losing. His eyes were also fixed on the ball of light, not daring to miss a single thing. The remaining 3 messengers were all shocked at this moment and also fixed their eyes on the ball of light. What the hell is that? It looks so powerful. Where did His Majesty get such a mysterious and powerful thing? It looks so ordinary, but I didn't expect it to be so powerful. I feel that I don't even have a chance to fight back in front of it. It can even defeat Hong Wudao's spiritual attack. I guess it is possible for it to kill Hong Wudao. The officials also looked at the demonic crystal cannon in shock. At this moment, they were all concentrating on the ball of light. What the hell is that thing? It is so powerful. Elder Hu, have you seen this thing before? Its aura is so terrifying. The group of alchemists were all shocked at this moment. One of them directly asked Elder Hu. Elder Hu also shook his head in shock. Forgive me for my poor eyesight. I really have not seen this thing before. I did not expect the Qianyuan kingdom to have such a powerful weapon. Chapter 1033. Just as everyone's eyes were locked onto the light spot appeared. The light spot finally hit Hong Wudao's body. Oh no! Hong Wudao's heart sank when he saw that the light spot was so close to him. It was exuding a powerful and terrifying aura of destruction. Crack! The moment the light spot hit Hong Wudao's weapon, the weapon instantly shattered and turned into nothingness. Hong Wudao had no choice but to use all the strength in his body to increase his physical defense. However, all of his efforts had been in vain. They were completely useless. Bang! The light spot exploded with a powerful force and directly exploded on Hong Wudao's body. A huge pit appeared within a mile of Hong Wudao's body. Hong Wudao himself was directly blasted into the huge pit. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw this scene. One had to know that the ground wasn't made of ordinary soil, but was made of powerful stone. Ordinary demon emperors could not hurt it at all. This showed how prosperous the Qianyuan kingdom used to be. Even Atman body realm experts could damage the ground, but they could not destroy the ground within a mile of it. Therefore, one could see how powerful this cannon was. The onlookers from the other forces were now drenched in cold sweat. Many of them were standing at the edge of the huge pit and were blown away by the powerful force of the demonic crystal cannon. Fortunately, they saw that Yi Hao moved the people of the Qianyuan kingdom far away from Hong Wudao. For safety's sake, they also retreated quite a distance. It was conceivable that if they did not retreat so far and were closer to Hong Wudao, they would have died without leaving a trace. At this moment, everyone looked at the huge pit on the ground and were still in shock. They raised their heads to look at the magical crystal cannons beside Yi Hao, and the disdain in their eyes turned into fear. Powerful. All of them could only use this word to describe the demonic crystal cannon. Because they were so shocked that they did not know how to describe the demonic crystal cannon better. They saw with their own eyes that Hong Wudao did not have the slightest ability to fight back under the demonic crystal cannon. That was a level 8 Atman body cultivator. Hong Wudao's cultivation was already a legendary existence in their eyes. However, such a terrifying existence couldn't even retaliate in the face of the magical crystal cannons. One could imagine what it would be like if they were to face the magical crystal cannon. Ding dong, congratulations to host for killing a level 8 Atman body cultivator. Congratulations to host for gaining 800,000 experience point. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for obtaining 10 Atman body level leveling pills. Ding dong. Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 Atman body level magic crystal cannons. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a rank 5 spiritual martial realm cultivation and a 0-hour gain card. What Yi Hao did not expect was that the system would be so generous this time, directly giving him 10 Atman body level leveling pills. One had to know that with so many leveling pellets, it was more than enough to create an Atman body level pinnacle cultivator. Moreover, the system directly rewarded him with 3 magic crystal cannons. The power of the demonic crystal cannon could be seen from the expressions of everyone present. A single demonic crystal cannon was equivalent to a level 10 Atman body cultivator. Moreover, as long as there were enough spirit stones, the demonic crystal cannon could be used continuously. It was definitely a divine weapon for conquering cities. As for the spiritual martial realm 0-hour gain card, Yi Hao took a look at it and put it back into his bag. Not to mention other things, not only the 10 Atman body level leveling pills, but also the 3 demonic crystal cannons. It was a huge profit. Moreover, he didn't use any capital at all, because the spirit stones he used were reimbursed by others. In this world, there was no other business that could be compared to this. The dignified Black Sword sect's 5th Supreme Elder, could it be that he died just like that? Suddenly, an onlooker couldn't help but ask. From the looks of it, he should be dead. But that's not necessarily true. After all, the strength of the Atman body level is not something we can imagine. Maybe Hong Wudao was just blasted into the pit. What's the use of saying this? Let's go and take a look, then we'll know. Hearing this person's words, no one dared to go to the side of the giant pit to take a look. Not because of anything else, but because in their hearts, they were still afraid of Hong Wudao. Obviously, they were worried that Hong Wudao was not dead. If he jumped out of the pit and attacked them, they would be in trouble. Everyone was in a deadlock. They didn't dare to go forward to take a look, but they also wanted to know if Hong Wudao was dead or alive. Because they were also curious whether the cannon could hurt Hong Wudao. Especially those onlookers from other forces, they were even more curious. After all, such a powerful new thing had appeared. They also had to investigate and report back to their own forces. Your Majesty, is Hong Wudao dead? At this moment, the officials also looked at Yi Hao curiously. Although the 4 messengers didn't speak, at this moment, they all pricked up their ears and looked at Yi Hao. After all, this was related to the bet. Originally, they had already given Yi Hao a lot of spirit stones. If they lost now, they would have to give Yi Hao twice the amount. Then, they wouldn't be able to survive. Of course, they were also concerned about the power of the demonic crystal cannon. After all, such a divine weapon had appeared in Tianyuan Kingdom. They had to be careful. If this demonic crystal cannon could really kill an Atman body realm expert, which country here could be a match for Tianyuan Kingdom? After all, according to the public, the strongest expert in these few countries was only the Demon Emperor. There was no Atman body realm expert at all. If this was the case, then their country was even less of a match for Tianyuan Kingdom. Under my demonic crystal cannon, how can a mere Atman body realm level 8 ant survive? At this moment, there were countless forces looking at him. Therefore, Yi Hao didn't mind speaking more loudly. After all, the demonic crystal cannon was so powerful that it would definitely tempt many people. Therefore, he had to exaggerate the power of the demonic crystal cannon to intimidate the forces present. So this is called the demonic crystal cannon. We have never heard of it before. Everyone couldn't help but think when they heard the name of the demonic crystal cannon. But obviously, none of them had heard of this demonic crystal cannon. When everyone heard the second half of Yi Hao's sentence, they all went into an uproar. Oh my God, what did he say? Did I hear wrongly? He called a Atman body realm level 8 an ant. If a Atman body realm level 8 is an ant, then what are we? We are worse than ants. Chapter 1034. Whether it's really that powerful or not, we'll know when we see it. After hearing Yi Hao's words, many onlookers immediately came forward to see if Hong Wudao was dead or not. Everyone came to the huge pit and was shocked again. Because if they didn't see it, they wouldn't know. This huge pit was more than 100 meters deep. If it weren't for the fact that everyone present was a warrior with good eyesight, they wouldn't have been able to see it. Everyone found it hard to believe that such a huge pit was made by that small demon crystal cannon. But this was what they saw with their own eyes, so they had to believe it. Hey! Where is he? One person recovered from the shock and suddenly exclaimed. This exclamation also made everyone come back to their senses and immediately looked down. They found that there was no corpse in the huge pit, not even broken limbs. They saw with their own eyes that Hong Wudao was blasted into the pit, so it was impossible for Hong Wudao to escape. And on the ground of the huge pit, there was only a pool of blood left. Could it be that Hong Wudao was blasted into nothingness? Although it's unbelievable, this is the only possibility. Isn't this demon crystal cannon too powerful? Even a level 8 Artman body cultivator would be blasted into nothingness. Even a level 10 Artman body cultivator wouldn't be able to kill a level 8 Artman body cultivator in one shot. Didn't you hear that Yi Hao is a level 8 Artman body expert? You can imagine the power of this demon crystal cannon. Damn, if we have this demon crystal cannon, who would be a match for the Qianyuan kingdom? You see, the 4 messengers on the city wall have ugly expressions. Everyone looked at the pool of blood in the pit and started discussing in shock. Who would have thought that Hong Wudao, who was famous in the continent and famous in several countries, would end up like this, dying without a complete corpse? And the 4 messengers on the city wall, when they heard that Hong Wudao was really dead and not even ashes were left, their faces turned ugly. Of course, losing spirit stones was one thing, and the other thing was that the Qianyuan kingdom had this demon crystal cannon, so they couldn't help but worry for their country. Your Majesty, how should we deal with this? Do you want me to get someone to fill that hole to death? One of the officials asked as he looked at the huge hole. There's no rush. Let's dispose of the corpses and throw them in first. Yi Hao's gaze swept over the corpses of the Black Sword sect members. Yes, Your Majesty. The minister quickly responded. There's no hurry to fill the hole. I want to bury the entire Black Sword sect here. Anyone who dares to challenge my Qianyuan kingdom will be punished, no matter how far away they are, Yi Hao said with a deep voice. The moment Yi Hao spoke, the Qianyuan kingdom's national fate surrounded Yi Hao, creating a huge pressure on everyone present. When everyone heard Yi Hao's words, their bodies violently trembled. The officials and citizens of the Qianyuan kingdom felt their blood boiling. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! All the citizens knelt on the ground at this moment. Their cries rang out in the sky above the Qianyuan kingdom, each wave louder than the last. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for increasing the national fate. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for increasing the national fate. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for increasing the national fate. Everyone could see with their naked eyes that Yi Hao's national fate was spreading out. At this moment, wisps of national fate appeared in the air from all directions and merged with Yi Hao's body. The 4 emissaries trembled when they heard Yi Hao's words. One had to know that the hardest thing for a country to grow was its national fate. But now, they could actually see the Qianyuan kingdom's national fate increasing. This kind of person is too terrifying. The 4 emissaries thought in shock. In their eyes, there was a tinge of fear as they looked at Yi Hao. This was because Yi Hao had brought them too much shock. One could either become friends with this kind of person or become an enemy. But becoming an enemy was incomparably terrifying. If they really became an enemy, they definitely couldn't allow him to grow. They had to nip him in the bud. Therefore, the 4 emissaries were now thinking of not offending Yi Hao. They had to quickly report this news back to their countries. It would be even better if they could find out exactly how many demonic crystal cannons Yi Hao had. Congratulations, Your Majesty. You have killed a strong enemy. Your Majesty's invincible power will definitely spread throughout the world. At this thought, the emissary of the Yensang kingdom immediately congratulated Yi Hao. How dare the small Black Sword sect go against Your Majesty? They are really reckless. Your Majesty's demonic crystal cannons are indeed powerful. With these demonic crystal cannons, who would dare to provoke the Qianyuan kingdom? I wonder how many of these demonic crystal cannons Your Majesty has. The remaining 3 emissaries also asked tentatively as they congratulated Yi Hao. Emissaries, why are you asking this? Yi Hao naturally knew that these emissaries were trying to find out more about him. We are just curious. The 4 emissaries didn't dare to ask further and could only smile awkwardly. I see. Emissaries, please return the money you owe me. Return the wager and I will consider whether to satisfy your curiosity or not." Yi Hao nodded and said. When they heard Yi Hao mention the bet, the 4 emissaries felt their hearts ache. However, when they heard Yi Hao's words, their eyes lit up. "Your Majesty, don't worry. We are willing to accept our loss. The Yensang Kingdom will definitely pay you the spiritual stones." "That's right. A loss is a loss. The Yufeng Kingdom will return the spiritual stones to your Majesty as soon as possible. The same goes for the Lansang Kingdom. Since all of you have said so, the Daming Kingdom won't go back on our word." The 4 emissaries gritted their teeth and smiled. Obviously, they were going all out in order to find out more about the Qianyuan Kingdom. However, when they thought about giving Yi Hao so many spiritual stones, they felt extremely uncomfortable. When they saw Hong Wudao coming to find trouble with Yi Hao, they thought that they would be able to watch the show. It would be best if Yi Hao was killed and the Qianyuan Kingdom was destroyed. In that case, they wouldn't have to give Yi Hao so much equipment. However, who would have thought that after such a long time, Yi Hao didn't suffer any losses? Instead, they were the ones who suffered losses. After all, Yi Hao had cheated them of so many spiritual stones. In other words, the resources that Yi Hao used to kill Hong Wudao were all paid for by them. The thought of using their own resources to help Yi Hao kill his enemies made them furious. However, they were the ones who had slandered Yi Hao and the Qianyuan Kingdom. Later on, they even made a bet with Yi Hao. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.